All right, good morning, everybody. All right, let me get this going for us. Hello, hello. Dun, da, 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 dum. All right. Great topics today. Very exciting stuff. Let me set this up. All right, Samantha Dragonetti, links in the description. Pausing in 1, 2, 3, big pause. All right, girls. So, I'm gonna probably say this a couple times in stream. Hopefully, I'll remember. But there's some updates with the Dash Door girl that's creating like a lot of hundreds and hundreds of crazy comments on my video, like the video I made a while ago. You know what I mean? And it's really fucking annoying. And I've been blocking all these people because I have a very strong stance on like coming to work and not accepting like rudeness in the comments, because I certainly hope you do not go to work and have people harassing you at work. So like, and it is a form of harassment. Like, just because I'm a YouTuber doesn't mean you get to come on my channel and call me a bitch. Okay. So there was like a bunch of people in my comments, like, I'm not even exaggerating. I don't know who posted my video where, but just so you know, every loser comment I am getting is getting blocked. Like, you are permanently blocked from my channel. Now, here's the dilemma. I maybe accidentally blocked a non-hater. I'm so sorry. Okay. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that. And so I just wanted to let you know that happened. So somebody left me a comment on my channel about moon cups, which is like the period cups. If that was you, I am so sorry I blocked you. I didn't mean to. It was my fault. So if you see this, I saw your comment, but I don't remember your username. So if you're in my Discord, please message me. If you are a patron, please message me. I'm so sorry. You could be a patron for free and follow me, but like, if that was you, I am so sorry. Hopefully you have another YouTube name you can use to comment in the chat. Please let me know. Okay, now before we get into stuff, hold on, let me bring up the video here. Da da da. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's see. For members, I just posted the Gabby Petito part 1 story. Devastating. I just recorded part 2 this morning. Absolutely devastating. Had a good old cry this morning for Gabby. Rest in peace, queen. Just absolutely devastating stuff. Like, just absolutely devastating. Okay. Okay. As you guys know, let me see here. Let me do this. Hold on here. I'm so used to reflexively doing what I normally do every morning. Discord, thank you for the reminder. This week, there is a protest happening that you guys can support if you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and pin this comment, replace pinned comment. Women for Change is a nonprofit out of South Africa, and they're doing a protest this Friday because the G20 summit is happening, and femicide is up globally, but especially impacting parts of South Africa, and they just want to bring awareness to it. So if you guys want, you can change your icon to purple or put a purple overlay over your icon. I want to go ahead and show you just like a few things on it.
Oppression is my portion.
So you could kind of see like what's happening. Thank you, Discord. I'm so used to doing my normal reflexive, like prepping for stream. I forgot to put the link, but I just linked it. You can find out more information there. They're calling on LGBT people and women all over to kind of like, you know, participate. If you're in South Africa, there is a different form of participation. They don't want you to spend money, but globally, it'd just be nice to let them know for the month of November. You know, and sign the petition. So I also put a link on my YouTube, like my YouTube posts. I put a link there. You can sign the petition. So here's a little video on what's happening.
Oppression is my portion. Yesterday, he handed me a contract. Attached was an addendum. It stated, because I'm a woman, I'm subject to abuse. In a country that is full of misogyny, boxed in by this narcissism, sexism, and when I stand up for myself, they call it toxic feminism. Labeling it as gender inequality, the reality that we can never be equals. Last night, I listened to the squeals of a woman met with his fists, his teeth clenched as he left her blood drenched. If death had a stench, that would be it. And her words of consolation were, I am not the first victim of GBV. Look around, tell me, what do you see? ABC, building blocks dismantled, our government is disfigured. So I figured as a nation, salvation is out of reach, where teachers would rather rape than teach. He said, so don't embarrass us because we have visitors coming in a country that cares more for stature than to grow and nurture a nation. Is Mzansi beyond redemption?
Let your purple profile be your purple steps.
Being keyboard warriors, make some real change.
Okay. I know a lot of people want to talk about whether or not this form of activism works. For me personally, I find that what's very helpful is just to bring awareness to things, to fundraise, to understand that the world, especially since we do philosophy through pop culture here, we understand the world will always be suffering. The question is, what can we do to mitigate that suffering? So it's, you know, if you feel like it's not enough, but you're also not doing anything about it, your paralyzation and your nihilism is also not helping. So if you're going to be a negative Nancy, which I have seen some people be about, you know, bringing awareness to this, I hear you. I feel you. Go to therapy and let the rest of us do what we're doing. Because even though it's a small little thing to do, all you're trying to do is be a little less bad every day. That's it. Just be a little less bad every day. You know, I'm not asking you to be better every day. I'm asking you to be a little less bad. And it is bad to get on the internet and talk about how this doesn't matter. Okay, so don't do that. Thank you. Okay, so just a little bit of awareness up here. And then let's see. Maybe I should share. Actually, let me show you this video too, because I think this is,
have you noticed that
this is like very helpful. So let me show you this too. Because this is one of the first videos I saw as well.
everyone's changing their profile picture to purple? Well, that's not an accident, as the reason as to why everyone's changing their profile picture right now is to highlight the disastrous havoc that's been taking place in South Africa. Now, I know you're wondering why purple. Well, purple is being used as a symbol of solidarity, justice, and remembrance, specifically for the victims of gender-based violence. Hell, even now landmarks and celebrities are starting to join in. You see, across South Africa and now the world, the entirety of social media is now flooded by purple profile pictures. Now, this is a part of a new campaign led by the advocacy group Women for Change, which is demanding for the end of gender-based violence and femicide, which has now been declared as a natural disaster in South Africa. The campaign calls for a national shutdown on the 21st of this month, where women and all people are asked not to spend any money and to withdraw labor. And this is to show how society depends on women, the very women that they're so happy to kill. Now, before you claim performativity, it isn't if it's sparking real awareness, as many of you didn't even know before this video what was happening in South Africa. Every movement starts with some sort of visibility, but silence has never saved anyone. Have you noticed that everyone's changing their
Okay, so just like a little bit of an understanding of what's going on. And then let's see here if I can show you. Is that... I thought I saved a different video, but maybe not. Okay, so that gives you a rundown of what's going on. And I just think it's important. So, you know, you do what you're going to do, but I'm participating for the month of November just to bring awareness. And I have also enjoyed thoroughly I felt a sense of communion with people, seeing people's profiles be purple. So, you know, a little bit goes a long way. It'd be nice if you could participate. With that said, free Palestine, free Sudan, free everybody. You know, I know it's happening everywhere. I know. You be a little less bad every day, girls. Okay, now, with that said, yeah, let's go into this. Okay, let me just start this. So I don't know if you guys have been seeing it on your For You pages, but obviously there's conversations about Cynthia and Ariana and some confusion about the role they played in each other's life and also sort of the way the conversation around their relationship is being depicted. So just as a refresher, before we jump in to the whole story, this went viral the last week or so. So they're signing for Wicked. And this guy who's known for harassing superstars found his way through security and onto Ariana, and Cynthia goes and pushes him away. Okay. Okay, and Cynthia is protective. She's guarding Ariana. She's shielding her. Okay. And a lot of people at first were like, this is beautiful. We love to see a queen supporting a queen. We love to see it, but also security failed. So Cynthia should never have been in that position. Ariana should never have been in that position. I don't know how this man has done it to so many people. He's done it to The Weeknd. He's done it to Katy Perry. Like, what are we doing here? And apparently he was arrested and let go. It's very annoying, okay? Now, people have also been shipping Ariana and Cynthia, which is very interesting since from my limited understanding, and I know if Ariana fans are in the comments, okay, from my understanding it, Cynthia has been in a long-term lesbian relationship with her partner for like 5-6 years. Okay, from my understanding, it did start with infidelity. Ariana was dating the ginger, but the redheaded guy and her are broken up apparently, which also started with a form of infidelity. Okay, now people have been shipping them, Cynthia and Ariana, because of the way they're kind of like all over each other. So it's been kind of a meme. Like if you just, I Googled Ariana and Cynthia and boom, like, look, the photos are fantastic. The fashion is fantastic, right? Like all of this stuff is fantastic. It looks like the branding is branding. Okay. And if you think about Wicked and the Glinda and Elphaba and you think about the situation, it's obviously really good for the brand, right? Because they're just like together, but some people feel like they do too much. Okay. Like they're doing too much and it's weird. Now, there's one part of it that I think is interesting, which is the Chadwick Boseman of it all. God rest his soul. Is some people are claiming Ariana is sick, like Chadman Boseman. What did I just say? Didn't I just say his name? Chadwick Boseman. My brain. Be patient with me. My brain fog and my fibro has been crazy this week. I genuinely feel chronically ill to an extreme point. I'm so sorry. Okay, so. People feel, thank you, Ja. Okay, I got it. Sorry. So people feel like, what if she's sick? And what if you're disrespecting her by like not understanding that Cynthia might know something we don't know? So now there's all these conspiracy theories. Like, are they in love? Or is Ariana actually ill? And because she's sick, Cynthia is doing, quote, too much, right? So I'm just going to show you a bunch of TikToks. I would love to know your thoughts. And then, we'll get into really the uproar this week, which has been, I'll just give you a preview. Black women have been concerned and upset that Cynthia is being basically like masculinized as the protector and as the man, and Ariana isn't. But we're going to get into that because remember, we're dealing with an overlap of queerness and an overlap of like a little bit of like trauma, right? So let's talk about it. So here's the first video I want to show you.
Bothering her. She's gonna fix
so sorry.
something.
I'm so
I know.
sorry.
She's getting the fixing itch
It's like
that Cynthia Erivo
right.
gets.
It's not there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because the thing is.
Biggest pinch me.
I can't quite put my finger on it. No.
Popular. Can you believe that we're doing that? It's gonna be so great. That joy he wanted to infuse in every frame.
The necklace didn't need fixing. The arm didn't need touching or grabbing. Something isn't right with these two. I fear Ariana may be held against her will in this friendship. Maybe she's scared of Cynthia.
I didn't think about that. I didn't watch all these videos through yet. I just collected them. I only watched the first like 30 seconds or 20 seconds alone. And then I go, okay, I'll use this video for stream. But like, I didn't even hear the conspiracy theory that Ariana was being held captive. What?
Maybe she's scared to speak up. She doesn't want to hurt her feelings. I don't know, but something's not right. Or maybe, just maybe, they're in a secret, not so secret relationship. Something's just not right. Y'all gonna say, oh, you hating on the friendship? You never had a real friend? I've had real friends and they don't do this. They're not all touchy. They're not all bothered when somebody else comes and touches them. I'm not talking about the guy that jumped on Ari. That was wrong. But something just doesn't seem right. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I can't be the only one that feels this way. I know for a fact I'm not the only one that feels this way.
Okay, so, okay. Now, this is a meme. Like, this is a joke. Because if you've seen Cynthia and Ariana do interviews, they're like all over each other. It's very like gay. And it's funny that people see them. Listen, I'm going to be real with you. They are overly affectionate for the typical average person. Okay? I'm not saying they are overly affectionate. Like, most of my straight girlfriends do not touch the way that Ariana and Cynthia touch, but a lot of my queer friends do. So I'm not sure if it's queer of them or weird of them. Okay, here's a joke.
With the role.
It says Cynthia and Ariana in an interview.
I think that should be studied.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Dayton, Ohio.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Dayton, Ohio.
Did I say something wrong?
It has been an honor to stand by Cynthia during this hard time. I mean, her battling cancer.
Oh no, I'm just bold.
I'm sorry, I'm a little hungry.
Oh, she's hungry. This is okay.
No! Oh no.
She knows everything. She even knows. She understands the black experience. I don't think you understand. She's a chameleon. She's a shapeshifter. She knows more about being black than I would say even I do.
Can you go potty? Okay, love you. I love you.
Nobody in all of
Girl, you know I hate that.
Damn, bro. Okay, so obviously, look, the jokes are there for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So they're a little weird. Okay, they're a little fucking weird. Okay, so then the story continues. Okay, here's this girl.
Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo love each other.
And I love you. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because it gets funnier when you're like, okay, like you guys are interested, you know, and they're doing it, I think, because people talk about it. Like, I feel like Disney's like, this is great. Or no, not Disney. Sorry. Who made Wicked? Whoever made Wicked, they're like, yes, keep that up because people love it and they're talking about it. Right? That's what I think it mostly probably is.
Yeah. Ariana has exhibited the same bizarre, obsessive behaviors towards Cynthia as Cynthia has to her. I mean, we all remember the finger thing, right?
I didn't know that was happening.
Their friendship is beautiful and deep and weird, but from what we've known from them, Cynthia jumping in when Ariana was grabbed was not weird. That's what friends do. That's even what acquaintances would do. And Black women are allowed to be friends with people. Do I agree that Black women are expected to be everyone's savior and it's exhausting? Yes. Do I think that's what happened here? No. Can I for sure say that Ariana would have done the same for Cynthia? No. But what I can say is, just a few weeks ago, a Black woman got a glass smashed on her head in front of both of those women, and both of those women jumped in to help that Black woman. They comforted her and they made her feel better.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This was fucked up. It was apparently an accident, but this is like how, like, that must have felt really embarrassing.
Woman got a glass smashed on her head in front of both of those women, and both of those women jumped in to help that Black woman. They comforted her and they made her feel better.
I don't think she didn't get smashed on her head. She got it dropped on her head. I just feel like, right? Like they had their stupid gloved hand on and they were trying to like be like this in the camera, like, oh, look at this champagne. And it slipped and hit her in the head and then it fell to the ground. Okay. Like saying it was smashed means like it was like an assault, right? It was an accident. It's an embarrassing accident. How devastating. It's in her hair. Like there's so many layers of it that are horrible. But like, you know. And look, hold on. Is this a Black woman who did it? I can't tell.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that's horrible.
And not to be parasocial, but everything I know of Ariana Grande shows that she's a deeply compassionate person that cares a lot about the people around her.
Okay, well, I don't know about that girl because she kind of homewrecker. Like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if we're gonna go like, listen, with peace and love, I don't know if we needed to go like that far and defend Ariana. Like, she's the greatest person ever. Like, I'm not gonna do that on my stream, given her track record. But like, okay.
And she's also been through a lot. And believe it or not, I do think you can be so woke that you're being a little bit unfair. Like, seriously, what was Cynthia Erivo supposed to do? Her best friend got bum rushed. And it kind of feels like no matter what Black women do, even when people are trying to be defensive of them, they're still being scrutinized.
Okay, so that's one perspective. I think there's something there. I don't like the Ariana like fandom coming, you know what I mean? Like, I can't defend Ariana, right? I cannot defend. And look, Ariana's done a total rebrand. Like, I understand this. Like, her rebrand has been crazy. She does this every few years. You know, the way that she utilized AAVE and black aesthetic to boost herself in the charts is like obvious, right? Like she obviously took advantage of, I think, I don't want to say like, wow, I don't know what the right word is, the black community. Like she took advantage of blackness to rise in fame. So I guess it feels like really icky for people to look at Ariana and be like, what are you doing now? And now it feels like she's doing that through Cynthia a little bit to people, which I think is pretty valid. I mean, Ariana's not innocent. You know what I mean? She didn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what she's going through. She might be sick, and my empathy, but like also I think we can't forget that Ariana did, you know, what she did. Okay, next video.
Need to stop hyper masculinizing Cynthia Erivo. It reflects your anti-blackness and your tendency to hyper masculinize black women and think that they need to protect the smaller, more fragile white woman. It's definitely giving mommification. It's definitely giving sapphire trope. It's giving all of the bad stereotypes of black women that we're trying to do away with, and you guys need to chill. Yes, it's amazing that Cynthia and Ariana have a close relationship and that Cynthia stepped in when Ariana was facing a vulnerable moment with the fan attacking her. That's all wonderful, and nobody is saying that is bad. What is bad is that you guys are literally straight up just masculinizing Cynthia. You guys are calling her the man, her bodyguard, just putting her in this like weird masculinizing position. And the gag is that this is just the climax of it, but you guys were kind of doing this since the start of this. Like, even in the Wicked fandom itself, Cynthia, who plays Elphaba, even though Elphaba is clearly a femme and Glinda and Elphaba is clearly like a femme for femme sapphic relationship, you guys, so many of you guys will make fan art, make all kinds of fandom material that makes Elphaba the mask in the situation when she's literally not a mask and she's a femme and it's a femme for femme relationship. There are ways to think that what Cynthia did for Ariana was brave and cool and important while not defaulting to horrible tropes about black women being more masculine, because it just implies that we are not to be protected, that we can fend for ourselves, and that we are supposed to be the bodyguards of everyone when we are the most disrespected and we are the most unprotected, and people should be protecting us.
Okay, so I just want to put some context into this because I think like for a lot of us, it's really difficult because Cynthia represents strength, because Cynthia, I don't know if you know this about Cynthia or people know this about Cynthia. Do they know she's a lesbian? And though she's femme, she's like femme mask. I would not say Cynthia is purely femme because she holds a lot of like, well, feminine people can be masculine, but she's also a gym girly. Check this out. Like literally goals, bro. Like literally goals. Look at her go. Like in the gym bubble, she's amazing. Look at her go. You have no idea how hard this is.
Nice. Good.
So like, okay, in the gym girly bubble, like we're very big fans of her because she's so fucking skilled and she's so beautiful and she's so great. I do consider her pretty like femme mask in the same way that I consider myself femme mask. So we fluctuate between two worlds where like, you know what I mean? So I identify a lot with her aesthetic, but yet I understand that, you know, people might see me and present me in a particular way, but I really like Cynthia's aesthetic. But I can also see why maybe like straight women or maybe people outside of that view Cynthia protecting Ariana. And look, a lot of it is braiding. I think black women are completely valid in their hesitation and suspicion about the masculinization of Cynthia. I think that's really, really valid. And I do think there's something insidious happening in some of this. Like I see some insidiousness happening. So I think they're really, really valid. in questioning like the way people see Cynthia and the way people are treating Cynthia next to Ariana. So I do want to validate that, of course. Okay. And Chad said, are you familiar with Cynthia's current relationship? I am familiar a little bit, but not really. I know it's the comedian lady, right? Cynthia, let me bring up a picture because you know her face. I think didn't she voice some characters, and then wasn't she married when she met Cynthia? Wasn't there? I heard there was infidelity, from my understanding. But they've been in a partnership for Lena. Yeah, Lena White, is that her name? Isn't she a comedian and a voice actress? Didn't she voice the first lesbian character in that Disney movie? Isn't that her? Oh, this is a horrible. Let me see if I can bring up a better. Yeah, isn't she the same person? Or am I thinking of somebody else? So this is them together. Okay, and her partner is much more masculine presenting, right? I don't know if she identifies as a stud or masc. I don't know what their identifier is, but they're obviously, Cynthia showing up more femme, technically next to her partner, but also like there's a masculinity to femininity that isn't a threat to the femininity, right? So I think that's really important. You know what I mean? I don't know what you guys feel about that, but from a queer perspective, there's nothing wrong with being feminine and masculine because those are two complementary things, and everyone encompasses feminine and masculine conversations, right? Or energies, sorry, not conversations, but energies, right? So I guess it depends on if you're offended at the idea of being masculine. Now, you guys know my gender deconstruction journey has been very interesting, where when I was a kid and misgendered as a man, it would really hurt my feelings. I tried so hard to be feminine because I spent so much of my life dressing in boy clothes and dressing more masculine and being more masculine. And I was really, really comfortable in that masculinity. And then now that I'm older, now I'm like, when you guys feel like, oh, I came as boy Brittany today, I feel very complimented. I want to be bigger. I want to be more muscular. I like have these goals of wanting to be more in my masculine. And so like, I really feel validated by those comments. But also like, I think that sometimes I just can't tell if some people's reactions to this are like, they're valid, but they're wrapped also in some of our trauma, right? Like this idea of, Black women are masculinized, and also because she's a gay woman, and I would say maybe even a queer woman, maybe being masculine isn't offensive, right? Like, so like, there's a little bit of like, I'm not sure how much of this is like you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Okay. Discord said she has an androgyny to her though. She does lean more femme. Yeah, for sure. I think so. But again, look at this video I'm about to show you. I'm so sorry. Femme women do not build muscle. It literally creates a masculine persona. So her decision to be very masculine, like in her muscle presentation, for me screams comfortability in the masculine. Check this out. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I certainly think about building muscle to be more masculine, not less. You know, and Ariana would never build muscle because it would make her look more masculine and not more femme. So what do you guys think?
And the Wicked for Good cast are in Singapore for the premiere, and bitch, do you see this body? Please just look at the definition of this body. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been influenced, but you know how much work this takes. I've never even been here before. Look at her, she's so hot. Meanwhile, at the actual premiere, this is what that body was doing. You take one more motherfucking step and I'm gonna kill you. As she protected dear Ariana Grande once, that one fan who apparently jumps all barricades, jumped a barricade to try and get his hands on her. And poor Ari just like disassociated. She's been through a lot, actually, if you think about it. There was that one concert that she did in Manchester where there was a bombing and then she just stopped performing for a really long time. So I think anything of a grand surprise is just not good for her. I also just want to go back to these arms. If this was not at a red carpet, I am pretty sure Cynthia would have knocked the shit out of that man. Cynthia is also on the cover of British GQ for their Men of the Year issue. We should have known when this picture came out that she is going to smack a bitch one of these days. Look at her fighting crime, trying to. I'm gonna need every personal trainer in Cape Town who believes they can transform me into this to get in touch with me, because I never had this as an attainable goal. But I feel like if I don't look like this, cancel summer. I'm truly in awe. I've never seen such a strong, sexy woman in my life. I'm gonna need the people in my life to defend me like this. But you know what? This is exactly what my followers were doing for me over the last week, and I thank y'all. I thank y'all, my babies.
Okay, so, there was some I feel very I really liked the photo shoot. I thought it was really well done. I really liked the way it went. Now, I did not realize, because when I first heard she was Man of the Year on GQ, I was like confused. But apparently, it's not uncommon. Apparently, there are tons of women who have been chosen over and over again to be on the cover of GQ Man of the Year. I didn't know this. And so I found this TikTok because I don't follow GQ like that. But here we go.
Acting like it's crazy for Cynthia Erivo. Why is everyone acting like it's crazy for Cynthia Erivo to be on the cover of GQ's Man of the Year issue when Jennifer Aniston was in 2005, Scarlett Johansson was in 2010, Mila Kunis in 2011, and Rihanna in 2012, Shailene Woodley in 2014, Gal Gadot in 2017, Serena Williams in 2018, Jennifer Lopez in 2019, Megan Thee Stallion in 2020, and Nicole Kidman in 2024. Last year. And if someone's like, oh, well, she was on the British issue, so is Cynthia Erivo. It's almost like people are pretending this is an unusual thing so they can blow it out of proportion and get views. And the thing is, I'm sure that if you want to know why each of these women were on the cover of these issues, there is probably an article in the actual magazine explaining it. I haven't read them because I don't care, but a lot of you seem like you do care. So you might want to do that instead of watching clickbait videos trying to trick you into thinking this is somehow unusual for this magazine.
Okay, now he did have to make an edit to this post because Black women were like, hey, you're being fucking insensitive. And he's like, you're right, I am. I'm so sorry. And so he did like comments in the comment section about like, you know, this one here, it's mainly being cautious. Black women, especially dark-skinned Black women, are often portrayed as masculine and unattractive for it. So he hearted it. He did make an edit to his video saying like, just to be clear, this is about the way Cynthia is being treated. And obviously he should have taken into consideration the trauma in relation to being a Black woman. So I think there's something in there that I think is like very important. Let's see. Discord says, to be honest, or to be frank, I don't understand how muscle equal masculinity, as if feminine activities didn't require muscles, like a baby is quite heavy. I can't tell. Okay, guys. First, there's nothing wrong with being masculine, and there's nothing wrong with being feminine. And also, I don't know, it feels like sometimes we're trying to be afraid of being masculine. So then we're like, carrying a baby is heavy, which I hear you, chat. I hear you. And also, it doesn't require that much muscle to carry a baby. I've never had to go lift weights to carry a baby. Okay? Like, most people can carry babies without lifting weights. But Cynthia does lift weights. She's literally athletic. And I think it's fair to say that most athletic people tend to be a little bit more masculine because they're building muscle. You know what I mean? Like, if I was to try to be more masculine, I would literally build muscle, right? So it's like this conversation around like being masculine and being strong. Like you can be feminine and strong, or you can be masculine and strong, but they look different. The feeling is different. The energy is different, right? So I feel like there's something to be said where like, I don't want to discount the masculinity. There's nothing wrong with being masculine. If you've deconstructed gender, if you haven't deconstructed, then it might feel offensive or hurtful to feel like people see you as masculine when you're trying so hard to be feminine. Because some people want to be really, really feminine and could never pull it off because they are born into like masculine presenting bodies. And then people are like, well, what does that mean? Some people associate femininity with that Europe-centric, daintiness that Ariana purposely exhibits, on purpose. And I think that's what can feel hurtful because Cynthia is also really dainty and really small, but also, again, like the muscles kind of changes that aesthetic, right? Discord said there's a big difference between choosing masculinity in your aesthetic, which not everyone does, or just having muscle, which everyone does. You showed lean beef patty. Lean beef patty is a really good example of a masculine, feminine girly. But lean beef patty is masculine. She's just feminine mask. And I would argue Cynthia is either mask feminine or feminine mask, depending on how she's presenting. But she's so dominant in her energy. Energy is also a big part of it. Lean beef patty, very not masculine in her energy, just in her aesthetic. Cynthia, masculine in her energy, but not in her femininity. Femininity in this context would be that association with like daintedness and like, yes, power, but not power. Ariana does not exhibit power in her new aesthetic. She used to. P.S. Ariana used to be femme powerful, but decided not to, which exhibits some level of masculinity. But Ariana doesn't do that anymore. Ariana used to literally be in her feminine power, but let me see. Ariana dancing. Let me see if I can show you. I found this edit. Okay, here. Look at this edit.
You could do like a little dance move.
She ride dick like a carnival. Been over having flashbacks, she gon' heat me up like a carnival. It's the way I pop my shit, the house not ready. I'm going Barnacles. Moving the feel
Okay, we get it. Like, she literally, they're literally like, hey, Ariana, can you do a dance for us? And she's like, tee, what? Dancing? I don't dance. Look at this. What is this? What is this? Girl, do you remember who you used to be? Do you remember who you used to be? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are the same girl, but they're not the same girl, are they? They're not the same girl. Chad says, why is dominance equal masculinity? It doesn't. You can be dominant femme. Example. Let me show you. You can be dominant feminine, but there is like a toppiness to it. Do you guys remember Sinbad? I know this is so stupid, but it's my favorite. She's my favorite baddie. She's my favorite. I love her. Do you guys remember her? Do you remember her? Okay. She's obviously in her feminine. She's obviously in her toppiness. And there is a level of like kind of femme masculinity to it, right? There's a dominance to it. There, right? It's not that masculinity has to be. It's just like, because you could be masculine bottom. You could be masculine femme. You could be masculine pensive. But power plus masculinity creates a different dominance relationship. You can be masculine and a bottom and have no dominant power, right? So you can be like femme dominant, but like, you know what I'm saying? So also we have to think about bubbles and how we use the language, right? Like in Arab culture, in West Asian culture, men are highly groomed, very, very groomed. Okay. Hygiene is very, very important. And you could argue hygiene is feminine. Right? In America, non-hygiene is masculine. Not brushing your teeth and having like rough hands is like masculine. Being disheveled, not caring what you look like, burping, farting, masculine. But in like West Asian culture, that's gross. Masculinity is a part of the mixture of the femininity of having a lined beard, getting your brows done. I can't tell you how many of my brothers go get my brothers get their eyebrows threaded. Hello? Like, you know, that's just so, again, when we have these conversations, we have to think of the cultural implications, which is why I say Cynthia being in a gay relationship, I think matters. Because if straight women are getting offended at the masculinization of Cynthia, but Cynthia's a gay woman who's like, you know what I mean, a gym girly, then she might not be having the same relationship to the masculinity perspective that a straight woman might be having. So it's dependent on the bubble, right? So nothing about this conversation could ever be like objective. It's just about the way we're having. Meg from Hercules, perfect example. The dominant top energy, 100%. Great example, Discord, right? Chad says, why are we centering white gender roles? I think the next step to deconstruction is not to center gender roles. Why are we centering? Who is the we? We're obviously watching people talk about it on the internet, right? Are you saying we as in us here? Why are we centering white gender roles? What? I think the next step to deconstruction is to not center gender roles. You got to expand on that, bro. What did I say that made you say that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you meant by that. I feel like race matters as well to understand why some folks might be upset. 100%, you have to take that into consideration, right? Yeah, you have to take that into consideration. Okay, let's keep going. Guys, expand your comments. I just don't understand what that means in regards to like what we've been talking about in the way that we've been talking about it already. But I'll show you more context for other things people are saying, and then we can have the convo. Okay, here's another one.
Erivo is trying to do what a lot of lesbians do when they're secretly in love with their friends. Pay attention. Especially male identified lesbians. Okay, let's clock that. The girls who are in competition with other men. A lot of them will overcompensate and try to prove that, you know, they're just as strong as a man, and anything you can do, I can do better, face ass. That's what type time she's on. Like, not all lesbians, but a lot of y'all be on that. Like, let's be so fucking for real. Especially you male identified ones. Like, some of y'all literally will create conflict with a man just to prove that you can fight him and just to prove that you can protect.
If I'm not mistaken, she's talking about the stud mask culture in which they are in competition with men because they forget they aren't men. Like, there is this problem in the lesbian community in which they are obsessed with competing with men for women, which I did encounter my first days in the gay community. So you have to deconstruct that. That's why I say, like, even lesbians center men in their life. They just don't know it. So you do have to deconstruct. But I think that's what she's referring to, right?
The woman, like, it's like I'm talking about from actual real life experience. Like, see, and that's my thing. Like, if somebody really wanted to physically harm Ariana Grande, they could have done it. Like, Cynthia, you are literally a bag of skin and bones. You are literally 100 pounds soaking wet, just to fuck like Ariana Grande's malnourished ass. What are we talking about? So, bitch, if somebody really wanted to, like, hurt Ariana Grande, which I would hope that they wouldn't, but if they did, your fucking bald-headed scrawny ass wouldn't be able to stop them. Like, be so fucking for real.
Now, I do think Cynthia could punch that guy harder than he could assume because she works out. But I also do agree, she's like quite small and tiny, which is why Black women were upset in the first place, because they were like, hey, Cynthia's really small and tiny. She's also fragile. Yes, but she's not fragile the way Ariana is, just like I'm not fragile the way Ariana is. But see, I am comfortable in my masculinity because, like, I'm not fragile like Ariana. If anything, to be honest with you, I hate it. To be honest with you, I judge it. I do. I judge it. I think it's gross. I don't like it. I don't think it's cute. I'm like really annoyed with grown women who act like babies. Okay, I'm like kind of over it. So, like, I also don't want to be like Ariana. So all of you in the comments who are like, I want to be my feminine, that's you do you. But I'm not actually interested if my feminine means being taken care of. I don't want to be taken care of. I've already been, I tried that, because I've been so masculinized my whole life and I've been so the caretaker that I went through this phase of saying, I just want to be taken care of. I'm sick of people I'm taking care of everybody else. I just want someone to take care of me. And you know where that led me? Toxic relationships with men who did not respect me and or women who wanted to take care of me at the expense of my joy. And also, now that I'm healthier and on the other side of therapy, I'm back to my independence. Thank you. Yes, my hyper independence was a trauma response when I was a kid and when I was in my 20s, but now it's just where my joy is. Because this idea that I just want someone to take care of me comes from the trauma of being exhausted. And then once you heal that exhaustion and you're no longer exhausted, you don't actually need it. So it's also a temporary desire to be like, I just want someone to take care of me. That is a response to the fact that you are in a bad position, not to represent the rest of your life and what you want it to look like.
Cynthia, girl, mind you, if somebody jumped on stage and tried to like bum rush Cynthia, you think Ariana Grande would jump? You think she would move? No, Ariana Grande would sit in her femininity, okay, in her soft girl energy. Like, it's just so cringy. It really makes me cringe when I see women, especially Black women, rushing to be the protector and rushing to be the bodyguard. Ew. Sit down. Even if you're a lesbian, even if you're masculine presenting, sit down. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's for a white woman? You doing all that for a white woman? You putting yourself in harm's way on the behalf of a white woman? A white woman who literally dresses in blackface? A white woman who literally sleeps with other women's men and doesn't even give a fuck about it? A white woman who dabbles in cultural appropriation? Girl, like, Cynthia, you're so fucking embarrassing, bro.
What do you guys think about that idea, right? Okay, so let me see here. Just for context, let's see. Cynthia's partner was accused of cheating on her ex-wife with Cynthia. Well, Cynthia and her partner only went public with their relationship in May 2022. Some gossip sites speculated without evidence that the two were dating as far back as January 2020. So, while her partner was still married. So that's why Cynthia's relationship was allegedly documented as like being the other woman. I don't know. That's what I've always heard. That's what's been reported. I don't know if, just like with Ariana, if it's ever been technically like yet. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's, because Ariana still hasn't confirmed. We only know Ariana technically had an infidelity scandal because the wife of the guy came out, but that also got her bullied, right? So I don't know. I will say this though. I think the way that Ariana and Cynthia are branding everything is like highly unprofessional and inappropriate. So even if you're hyper affectionate with like your friends, I think like there's too many cameras on you for you to be showing up on interviews, like molesting each other respectfully. Like for me, I feel like I've never really liked them as people or like, as the brand, because it just feels like way too fake. But I do like separate from each other. And separate from all the controversies, I respect Cynthia. She's so fucking talented. Like, I love her Jim Gurley, like, you know, skill set. There's so much about Cynthia that is so fucking talented. Separate, Ariana. I think she's so fucking talented. I think they're both beautiful people. Like, all of these things, right? But when I tried to view this story, I tried to remember that they are under a microscope, that they are at the end of the day getting paid big bucks to show up and to play roles, right? I don't like the way they kind of confuse people, but I don't like the way any celebrity does this. I don't like the way any celebrity confuses the audience because it makes people talk, right? So I don't like them as people because I don't know these people. And I also don't like cheaters. And I also don't like homewreckers. And I also don't know if any of these people have any values, right? But just like in general, I'm not a hater, but I'm also not like a fan. But I do enjoy and I recognize the talent. So, and I'm also a queer woman. So it allows me to kind of see what's happening and try to like think, okay, how would someone else have this conversation, right? Chad says saying a black woman shouldn't protect her white friend because she's white also feels racist. Well, hold up. Let's talk about that. Do you think you should, when there is security and there is a threat to someone's life, should you put yourself in harm's way or should you back off and let security handle it? That's the question, right? Because I think the question is, in one way you have to respect Cynthia because she seems like the kind of person who would put a bullet, she would jump in front of a bullet for somebody. In other ways, I think it's probably bad if Cynthia feels she has to do this because it's her responsibility when it certainly is not, right? So is she doing it because it's her ethical expectation? Or is she doing it because it's just who she is as a person? Why isn't security doing their job? First of all, why is this even happening? So then there's that other element where it shouldn't even happen in the first place because security should have been doing their fucking job. Which is why, what do I say about the hero? The hero is a myth by patriarchy to convince men they're good people, right? Why is Cynthia even being put in a position? Because society keeps failing women and failing men. Society keeps failing us. So because they keep failing us, we have to stand up and then all of a sudden she's a hero. But why did she even have to play that role in the first place? Especially since this man ran. Same thing with Emaru. Why does this keep happening to people? Right? So, you know, I'm glad Cynthia is strong. I'm glad she felt good in that moment. I'm glad she did what she thought was right. I'm sorry that Ariana had to go through that. I'm sorry any of them had to go through that, by the way, because, you know, even though he was aiming for Ariana, it was still scary, I think, for everybody there. Right? I think there's something there. But obviously, we don't know the inner workings of these people's lives or their brains or what they're thinking or what they're doing. We don't know anything that's happening. So obviously, you know, the part of it that I think is interesting for me is just to have the conversation about gender and expectation, right? And also to people who said, you know, the gender roles are white. I don't know what that means. Maybe you can expand upon it, right? I don't know what that means. I'm just thinking about it from a patriarchal standard. Are you saying in Black communities, men and women are expected to act different, or in Mexican communities, or in, I'm not sure what you mean, since I was giving West Asian communities as the example at the time. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Are you saying West Asian people are white? If that's, you know, you can have that opinion. I'm certainly white. You know what I mean? But I don't know what you're referencing. So I'd like to hear some more on that too. Chad says, I don't think Cynthia was thinking or considering anything in the moment, just reacting. That's also a very big part of it, right? Is that she might have just been reflexively biological experience acting, which is another thing that I think is interesting. There's a conversation to be had in certain communities about whether or not men are heroes for jumping on a bomb or if they're actually just moving with their biological experience. So then the myth of the hero becomes even more of a myth, right? You didn't even make the decision. Your body made it for you. You're not a hero. You're an animal in movement, which is very interesting because then we talk about mothers protecting their cubs, and that becomes like an instinct burned into us through evolution because we have to protect our offspring. But also, like, mothers will kill their animal, like kittens and dogs, will kill the puppies and kittens that aren't viable, that are like disabled. They'll eat them sometimes. And so, like, I think about that all the time. Like, I always think, like, this is such a tangent, but is abortion that part of that evolutionary process that dogs and cats naturally do? And then what does that say for ableism in communities, right? Like, there's a whole conversation to be had about this. Like, we should have a deeper, more profound relationship with our biological experience. So then how does that make it that we do things differently, right? Like differently than those other animal counterparts, right? Chad says, I think this conversation about masculine and feminine seems based on white gender roles. There's no objective masculine and feminine since gender is socially constructed. Yes. What is the example of the white gender role? I don't know what you mean. You're saying it 3 times now, but I don't know what you mean. So I'm literally autistically asking you, what is a white gender role? What is that? What does that mean? I don't know what it means. I want to know so badly. Right? I don't know what it means. I don't know what if you said American gender role, I would have agreed with you because I am thinking I'm very American, but like, why, what does why mean? Okay. Please let me know. Let's see, Discord, do you have anything you want to share? Let's see, male identified lesbian, what does that mean? Why isn't she just saying mask? Maybe she's a no. Maybe she means it in a different way. You know, sometimes I say things that are confusing. I don't know, that TikTok. Let's see. That's not to say that she doesn't have toxic masculinity to unpack. It's just a trope of what that lady is saying of Cynthia doesn't fit. I wonder if they're saying a lot of African culture's femininity doesn't happen in opposition to having more masculine, etc. Oh, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. White gender role example, strength is masculine, but in Black communities, strength is seen as feminine. Is that true? Which Black communities? American Black communities or global? I don't know. I follow a lot of Black content creators, but I think they're very American because I feel like the gender roles they play into is that like Black women are forced to play masculine roles, but they don't want to be seen as masculine. Isn't that the whole like Serena Williams conundrum? Right? I've never heard that. And so I'd like to hear about what Black community you're a part of or what community. I'm very interested in that, right? Yes, Black American communities, really? Interesting. You know what? I see the other Black people in my community. You guys can discuss that because I don't want to speak for Black communities, but you're saying that's like it's seeing a little bit of discrepancy here. So maybe it's a bubble difference, which is so valid. Being Black isn't a monolithic experience. So maybe it's like a Black community that does uphold strength as femininity, which by the way, strength can be femininity. Wait, pause. No, don't misquote me. I did say that strength can be feminine. I'm talking about masculine presenting strength, which is different. So like you can be strong and feminine, but to masculine present the strength is different. Right? So wait, hold on. Don't misquote me because I did say that. I made sure to say that. I'm talking about specifically like masculine presenting strength is masculine and feminine presenting strength is feminine. Right? But if women like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe let me know. I'm happy to clarify. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Okay, here's another TikTok.
This is a cover. So let's get into Cynthia Erivo's cover for the British Men of the Year issue. I have to read that because I'm like, what? This is making me want to collect magazines again. I feel like there's so many great editorials that have been.
Ugh, I used to collect magazines too. Examples, Katara is feminine strength, but Toph is masculine strength. Yeah? Right? Chat says, yes, not exactly like Sinners. The female lead was what you could describe as masculine woman, but she was within the white context of media. What? No. The lead romantic female lead in Sinners was feminine strength and what part of her was masculine? Am I crazy? Wait. Sinners, female lead. What? Hold up. She was she was bigger, which was like interesting, but like she was strong, but I wouldn't describe her. She wasn't dainty. Like maybe like you could argue the masculine. I guess you could argue the strength feels masculine because it's strong, but I would argue like it's femme mask. If at all, but mostly it's just femme strong, right? But I could see the you're saying in comparison to the daintiness, maybe because she's got wider like shoulder. Like if she worked out her is this traps? If she worked this out, she'd be like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But ultimately, like she's pretty femme present, but she's not dainty. Are we associating daintiness with femininity and masculinity? Because I'm trying not to do that because I don't think that's necessarily true. Here's another picture. Let me see. Yeah, it's giving femme, bros. It's not giving dainty, and it's not giving bottom. She's not a bottom. Okay, yeah, she's giving mother strong. So I'm not thinking mother strong can be seen as masculine, but in energy, not presentation. Okay, stay with me here. You could argue mother strong can feel like, okay, but hold up. Wait for this. Here's another example of mother strong, but in her high femininity. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Give me uno momento, por favor. Give me a second. Do we all know this queen? Do we all know this queen? Okay. Like high feminine, mother strong. Okay. Very toppy energy. Her husband, very bottom energy. This is Ponyo. This is Ponyo's parents. Okay. Father, bottom. Mother, top. Okay. So that's okay. So from this energy though, I was getting mother strong, feminine. And you could argue, but like I wasn't thinking very strong masculine energy for her. I was thinking very toppy energy for her though. But I can see why mother strong, yeah, chat. I can see why mother strong can be perceived as masculine. And it can be, I consider myself a mother, but I consider my energy like masculine mother. Personally, I do not view myself as feminine mother. I view myself as masculine mother. So I can see how people might disagree with that, but I'm definitely masculine mother energy. I am not feminine. If you call me feminine mother energy, I will feel very unseen. I'm like, oh, yes, like it's beautiful and it's lovely, but I do not see myself this way. You know what I mean? Like this is beautiful and this is lovely, but I don't like see myself this way. I see myself much more masculine mother. And so I wouldn't identify with her. Like I just wouldn't identify with her. Because like, you know what I mean? Chat says, Brittany, why do all these labels matter? Sometimes I find this categorization exhausting within the LGBT community. We're trying to feel seen and we're trying to feel understood. And it doesn't matter to you, but I think it matters to me. Like if I'm dating somebody, if my husband, if my wife saw me as the wrong categorization, I would feel very unseen. So the fact that my partner gender reaffirms me every day that I am mother, that I am he, that I am him is very, very important to my psychological welfare. Like it's very important to me that my partner sees that I'm a man. And that I am a man who's not like, again, this is very nuanced because it's so intimate and it's very specific to conversations, but it's only as important as it is to you. It might not be that important to you. And it wasn't always important to me in the same way, right? I've gone on a gender deconstruction journey. I've gone on this journey, right? Okay. Chaz is seeing her as masculine instead of mother is the masculinization of Black women. I think that is very true. I think that's very, very true. Definitely. Yeah. Because listen, my grandma, my Nana, was a bigger woman with very big breasts. And she was very... And I say this for a reason because it's important. Hold up. Okay. She was always sweating and always cooking and always hugging and always so she would grab us and squeeze us in her body. And then it was always like, you felt like you were in an anime being enveloped by like the local witch. And then she'd be like, feed you, feed you, feed you. And she was always sweating and she was always, you know, just like cooking and she was always at the kitchen. And there's something so motherly there's something so feminine about that. But maybe if somebody saw my grandma, they'd say she's masculine, but I don't think so. It's very feminine. Like it's very mother energy. It's very like, just like there's a bigness to her that was just so like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I would never describe my grandma as masculine, but maybe somebody would say that because she wasn't in makeup and heels and wasn't like performing femininity, right? But yeah, there's something about like, so I think there's something about this woman here that's very similar to me where if she ever had the chance to grow old, which she doesn't get the chance to, she maybe would have been that grandma, which I never would have described as masculine. I would have described as like warm and feminine and enveloping and matriarch vibes. Now, leadership can be seen as masculine because that's how the West demonizes women and keeps them subservient, right? They'll say like, oh, being a leader is so masculine. You don't want to be masculine, do you? You want to be feminine, right? You want to be like Ariana Grande, like, right? Which is not what Cynthia's role is. Cynthia isn't in interviews being like, hi, I'm Cynthia Erivo. I really like being a witch. And oh my God, I'm so hungry. Like, that's not what Cynthia's role is in the world, girls. You know, that's Ariana's new personality. Ariana now is like, hi, I'm Ariana Grande. And, you know, that's like how she is. Okay, girl, we can. So like, we can see that as like feminine versus masculine, which in certain categorizations it is. It can be. You know what I mean? Okay, in certain categorizations, sure. But is it good? Is it healthy? I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay. Let's go back to this.
Releasing like Alone this week. Like it's so many, and it's making me want to start collecting these magazines. Cynthia looks so good. And as I said before in all of my other videos on Cynthia, black was made for her. Like black is her color. Like hello? Her looking at herself, like sick. Side profile, sick. Earring stack, sick. Givenchy shades, sick. This spread is everything. I feel like if they ever do like a Matrix reboot, she needs to be in it.
True.
Matrix, Blade, whenever they decide to remake or finish making that movie, Cynthia needs 100%. To be in it. Like she needs to be in something where she's wearing all black. I mean, this is sick. And she was styled by Patty Wilson for this spread, and yeah.
And by the way, she looks this way because she works out. She looks this way because she does muscle work. The clothes fit different when you work out. That's why she's so good at pulling it off. She looks exactly, she's so complimentary for the aesthetic because she works out.
Nailed it. She's an actress. She's a singer. She's a model. She's a cover star. She's a bodyguard for Ariana. Like it's so much. Like it's so much. She does everything. She's a woman of class, grace, beauty. This is a cover. I fear I have to stand. I fear.
Okay, now people were like, what do you think? Why do you think Ariana changed that much? I've never seen someone change like that. Well, we've seen Ariana change like that. Oops, no. No. No, hold on.
We'll do that?
Yeah, no, and it's really nice. It's very nice. It's always so nice to meet somebody who is so successful and who's so humble and so down to earth and nice and generous and welcoming. Going back and forth between Pharrell's production and Ilya's production and Tommy's production makes the individual the flavors so much richer. And I was trying to ask Victoria earlier, I was like, when did this happen? Because I don't remember it. Like, it was such a blur. I think because of like emotions, and then also
wait, Chad said the whiteification of Ariana needs to be studied. Ariana is white. No, the blackification of Ariana needs to be studied. She is white. I did not think she was white either, but I learned she was white. I did not know either because I thought she was like something. I was like, Ariana has to be something because I saw this Ariana. She did not get whitified. She got blackified. She is white. I know.
Like champagne. I don't remember when it started or how we got there. I know that things started getting tough.
Oh, Discord said because blackness isn't profitable right now. Listen to me when I say my Discord brought this up. It was so important. Oh, Chad says it's a joke. I know she's white. Oh, my bad. My Discord brought this up a while back. It's so important. You should question why you go blonde. You should question why Ariana has gone as blonde as she looks because you know it's not cute. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to judge what people look like, but I looked at her. I was like, why are you blonde? It doesn't compliment you at all. Like, you literally don't look good. Like, she's beautiful, so she looks beautiful whatever she does. But I don't think it looks as good as she could look with darker hair. And so my brain is like, why did you go blonde? It feels so fucking obviously like this administration, this whole thing, right? Chet says Glinda has to be. Nah. That's too easy of an escape. Sure. But also, let's see after this movie, she goes back outside of blonde. Because she doesn't, you know how some people really stick to a color that isn't like for them in a sense. Like, girls, if you ever think my red is not for me, I will, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to cling to something just because I'm used to it. I want to actually like enhance and like feel good in myself. Now, I love my red. I've been red for a long time because I'm also, there's natural redhead in my family, but I just know I would look horrible blonde. If I went blonde, I would look so bad. And the only reason I would go blonde, hear me out, is to appeal to something, some bubble, something. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I go blonde? You know, now I'm not saying you can't go blonde. I'm not saying you shouldn't go blonde. I'm not saying, you know, blonde isn't cute, bleach isn't cute. I'm saying, why did you do it? I think I would do it just to feel like what life is like as a blonde. Because I hear blondes really do have more fun. I hear white supremacy is so real that if you go blonde, you just absolutely get treated better. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. I've never had that experience. I've never been blonde. Just saying, that's kind of crazy.
And all my friends flew in. Like, all my friends were like, hi, I'm on a plane. Be there soon.
Oh, chat saying apparently she did go back to brown. Okay, praise be.
Feeling at the beginning of creating something where you're like, is this for me or is this for people? And this was one that I think was kind of on the line. I didn't know. But then
it's nice. Like,
oh, there it is. This is the big change. Look at this
reaction to it.
Yeah, in life. But also it just made this so much richer. Like, it made coming home to music feel so much better. And I think
this was it. This was the beginning.
Balance is something that I'm really going to want to maintain moving forward. I think it's just nice. Like,
her voice changed. She went softer. She was like, oh my gosh, yes. Like, this was the interview that people were like, oh my God, who is this?
Little Ari was so fed and fulfilled and thankful for this experience. It was really.
And so this was it. So again, like, why did she change and go through this? Obviously, like, the role she was fulfilling, the persona she's putting on, she might actually be sick. So just remember this. She might actually be dying. We do not know what's happening in this woman's life. Okay. She actually might have cancer. So we have to remember that, right? We just have to be respectful.
I looked up your sign, but I didn't look up compatibility because I have Capricorn friends. I know the compatibility well. I think I looked up your sign, but I didn't look up compatibility because I have Capricorn friends.
I have Capricorn friends. Like, she's just like, you know what I mean? Like, she's going through it. Our girl is on a journey, okay? So again, it's not to say that, oh, why does this happen? Who knows? She's in Hollywood. She's pulling, you know, she who knows what she's going through. But the point is like, we use real people's lives to learn about ourselves. So what can we learn from watching these things to learn more about ourselves? That's the question. Okay, that's why these labels and these conversations are important, because it's all going to come full circle to us. You know what I mean? Like, learning about ourselves. Hold on, Discord sent this.
Water.
Oh my God.
Earth.
Oh no.
Fire. Air.
Oh God. Oh. You know what we're going to do. Hey, what are you going to do? Okay, next TikTok.
He given Cynthia Erivo. No, because it doesn't matter, but at the same time.
Oh, hold on. It says, why are we masculizing Cynthia as if she ain't dating a whole ass stud and has always presented femme? Okay.
No, because it doesn't matter, but at the same time, it kind of does. The way that you guys have automatically given Cynthia Erivo the masculine male role and your little fake lesbian relationship between her and Ariana is kind of weird, and I do kind of take notice. And like, I don't know, the way you guys are treating Cynthia, even in this little, like, you know, long-standing joke, that is kind of funny, low-key. They do, you know, Edie, you know, it is kind of funny. But at the same time, as a Black lesbian, seeing her automatically get the mantle of protector, as if she's not I feel like we're forgetting Cynthia's actively dating a stud. What do you mean she's the man? Like,
okay, but hold up. Can you not be a protector and a femme? And can you not be a protector and it obviously feels like in some situations masculine? Like, I agree. Let me just say this right now. I'm not disagreeing with Black women. I am agreeing. Especially with Black gay women. I'm agreeing. And not but, and. We ship totally straight men together and make fan fiction. Not me. I'm not one of them. But the world literally makes fan fiction out of completely straight men and then decides that, like, Harry would be pegged by Malfoy. Are we that surprised that a woman protecting another woman didn't become a fan fiction of everyone's fantasy of her being a protector? You know what? It just feels like fan fiction. It feels like people were just like, oh my God, Cynthia, protect me. You know, I think that's like people, okay, I'm going to be real. I think people are horny and people are getting off to it. I think it's people's sexual fantasy. Oh my God, Cynthia, protect me. You know what I mean? Because no, like people like Cynthia. They love her. They don't care about the fuck about her wife. They don't care about this. You know what I'm saying? They like Cynthia. They want Cynthia to protect them. They want Cynthia to use her muscles. They don't give a fuck about Ariana. They don't give a fuck about her. They want Cynthia. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. I don't know. The way that you guys are treating Cynthia is just making me remember why so many.
And actually, can I just tell you this? That objectification is what we should be questioning. Why are we literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are we fantasizing so hard about celebrities to the point where, like, because the meme is funny. Yeah, the internet did this with what's his name too, and I didn't like it. Pedro Pascal, whatever his name is. Girl, you better be 15. Okay, if you were looking at thirst cams, you better be 15 years old. Okay, you better be 19 at most. Okay, because I can tell you this 36-year-old person right here is not paying attention to any of these things. 36-year-old Brittany is certainly not watching thirst cams or whatever. Okay, so if you're, you know what I mean? Like, I think this is just young people obsessed with a fantasy. But also, I love this conversation because I love talking about, like, what is masculine, what is feminine, like, what is what.
Black lesbians like myself usually only date other black lesbians because usually only black women know how to not automatically over masculinize black women. Because being protective doesn't, I don't know. They're both 100 pounds. They're both 100 pounds. It's not like, they like, I don't know. I'm taking notice. It's kind of weird. It's funny, but it's kind of like, it's funny, haha. But then when you think about it too much, you're like, you know, like, why can't Ariana be the protector? Why can't, like...
We know why she can't be the protector, girl. Come on. That's what I'm saying. Come on, girls. We know why Ariana can't be the protector. We do know this. And it's not just because she's white. It's because a baby could take her in a fight. That's why. Okay, a baby could take Ariana Grande in a fight. Let's be so for real. What is she gonna do with this new personality she has? This whole personality she has? She can't take a baby in a fight. Maybe past Ariana, dancing Ariana could do it. Okay, Ariana be like, I saw it, I punched it. You know what I mean? I don't know, but like this Ariana, she could.
I don't know. Like there's just as much evidence to make Ariana the masked lesbian in that relationship, but for some reason Cynthia is.
No, I disagree. Come on, Ariana's not. I totally disagree. This feels like cope. There is nothing about Ariana that screams protector. Come on, Ariana. You know, I just feel like that feels like a cope.
We don't know that reason, or do we? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just suspicious.
But I agree with everything else. I just disagree that Ariana the brand could change. We would have to brand so severely Ariana. We would have to do another thing, right? Right? Chet says there's nothing about Cynthia either that would be a protector. I already showed it. Yes, there is. She literally works out at the gym. She's literally muscular. She literally shows herself off. Like, you know what I mean? She literally dresses like, I mean, even the photo shoot she did for GQ is much more mask than it is femme. Like, there is, you know what I mean? Cynthia literally makes it her job to be toppy with Ariana at every point. If anything, honestly, they better all be in an open relationship. Because let me just tell you this. If I was Cynthia's wife, I would be fucking suspicious. I'd be like, hi, are you cheating on me? With peace and love. Like the way Cynthia touches Ariana, protects Ariana. Guys, if I'm on a date with a woman and she puts her hand on my neck, she is now the top. She is now masculine. She is now in her masculine. If I'm on a date with a woman and she is pegging me, she is in her masculine. Do you see how that works? If you got the strap on, unless you're a bottom. One time I did strap for a top. Okay. One time I was dating this girl, Cash. It was fucks with, you know, it was kind of fucking, but whatever. And she was older. She was in a position of dominance, but she made me fuck her with the strap on, which was very toppy of her. because she was telling me how to fuck her. Do you see how that works? She was topping from the le bottom. But in presentation, I was much more masculine than her, but I was a bottom at the time. And she was much more femme, but she was the top. But she was very masculine in the dungeon because she would step on people with her boots. But she was very feminine, very soft, did not work out, big boobs, very, bigger lady. Okay? So she was masculine in her energy, not her aesthetic. But Cynthia's both. Muscles just gives this masculine aura, which I love. So, Chat says, what makes topping masculine? With peace and love, girls, I just need to look at my wife a certain way and she crumbles. Do you know what I'm saying? Sometimes a look can be masculine. A look can be dominating. A look can be like, you know what I'm saying? All I need to do is look. And it's like putty in my hands. And we would describe that as being in my masculine. Okay? So I feel like, you know what I mean? It's just a conversation to have around the energy you're exhibiting. And again, it's not an insult to be masculine. It's only an insult if it maybe feels like dehumanizing. But if it's something you want, if it's something you're aiming for, it's just a compliment. And everybody is masculine and feminine, period. Everybody. The question is to what degree and in what spirit? Your energy or your aesthetic? Your energy, your aesthetic, both. Okay? Right? So then, okay. One more video. Let me show you this one.
So fucking annoying. Like, so fucking annoying. You guys are so fucking annoying. Like, so fucking annoying. Finding an issue with Cynthia trying to protect Ariana because this random man jumped over the barricade to touch her. And now y'all are saying that this is the masculization of black women. First of all, I thought y'all...
Hold on. Wait. Chat says, why is domination masculine when the animal world females are dominant all the time? Because being a female doesn't mean you're feminine. What does a female have to do with femininity? You can be a male and be feminine. You guys see where your gender deconstruction isn't happening here? Hello? What does being a woman have to do with femininity? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I didn't even like Cynthia Erivo. I thought y'all didn't even fuck with the lady, right? She decided to help her friend, which what the fuck could Cynthia even do? All she did was kind of shoo the man away. They're both pretty fucking frail. You know what I'm saying? So to turn this into like, oh my gosh, like, why is she acting like that? She's being like, this is a woman that's in the public eye. And I'm not saying that Cynthia's not in the public eye, but we know that it's different. She's a major pop star, and anybody that knows about Ariana's history knows how difficult that must have been for her to feel fucking helpless. What was she supposed to do? Like, y'all are making it seem like she should have done this and that. No, that man should have never got close to her and invade her private space. She got fucking harassed, assaulted even. And y'all want to turn this into, and Cynthia was man of the year. Okay, like, do you think that's not something that she wanted to do? Like, y'all are making it seem like people are not active in the lives that they choose. And to turn around and sit there and blame Cynthia, like, clearly they have a connection. That's her friend. Y'all have no issue with your homegirl is not built like that. So you do something for your friend who's not built like that. But when you see Cynthia and Ariana, it's an issue. Y'all are fucking bored. You're bored. And you're stretching and reaching for thin air. Talk about, well, if it was Ariana, would she have done the same? We don't fucking know because that didn't happen. Y'all are fucking annoying. Like, leave people alone. Like, y'all dissect everything. Y'all not even talking about the man who jumped over the barricade and invaded.
Obviously, I think we could guess that Ariana wouldn't do the same. Probably because she, in this instance, couldn't even defend herself because she froze because of her PTSD and everything, right? So, like, at the end of the day, and not everyone's the same. Listen, I'll tell you a story. In chat, just for the record, everything we're saying is subjective language based off the bubble. Okay, guys, I'm speaking to a general audience right now. I don't know where you're coming from. None of these things are objective. Yes, lock in. Nothing we're saying is objective. Femininity, masculinity, man, woman, none of those things are real. They're arbitrary constructs we create to communicate with one another. Yes? So when I'm sharing my bubble perspective. When you're sharing your bubble perspective. Nothing is right or wrong except to say against the bubble's construct. Okay? So you're not going to sit here and say like, well, a man is this and a woman is this. Okay? That's what I say to that. Now, I'll tell you a story. One day, I was having sushi with my siblings, as one does, and we all came in separate cars. And my sister and I were ready to leave. And I said, okay, we're heading out. Okay. So my sister and I head out to the parking lot and we're walking. And all of a sudden we hear these like heavy, fast footsteps behind us and someone's running at us. My sister, without even looking behind her, she starts screaming. She just runs. She doesn't even look back. She does not ask me if I'm behind her. She just says, fuck all y'all, and runs, okay? I threw my keys in my fingers, had them like a blade, and I turned around and I went like this. And my brother was like, yo! She was like, what? And he was like, what are you trying to do? I was like, don't come up on people. Like, you can't run up on people like that. And then he was like, why are you trying to kill me? I was like, you don't run up on people like that. Okay, my sister runs. I stay to fight. Fun fact, who's more likely to die? Me, because I'm stupid and I think I'm tough and strong and I can take people. Okay, because I'm a chihuahua who thinks she's a bulldog, okay? And so I should have run. I should have been with my sister and be like, I'm out. I should have ran, okay? But I didn't. And so honestly, I'm lucky it was my brother because God knows I would not have won that fight. Okay, thank you. Okay, but she ran. I had never, gosh, when we were over the heat of it, we've never laughed so hard in our life, but we were not laughing exactly at the time. But when it was all over, I was like, I can't believe you just left me like that. She was like, anyways, the point is, who knows what people will do in the moment? You know, who knows? Okay. In the same way, I don't want you to feel like, and I'm going to be so serious right now, that if you're tough and go to the gym and take classes, when you're assaulted or raped, you might not freeze. Whatever happens, happens. You can only prepare so much and you can only process so much. And the reality is, until you are surrounded by 20,000 people or whatever it was, and one lunatic comes across a security and breaks in and starts to tackle your friend, you will not know what you will do. You just will not know what you will do. And so it is what it is. Okay. I think sometimes in these conversations, we might internalize this idea that I'm tough, I'm strong, I can handle shit. And then when we are assaulted or we are robbed or we are scammed, it rocks our sense of self. It certainly rocked my sense of self, right? So be, in the safety of your home, feel as masculine as you want to feel, but being masculine isn't enough to take on a bad person who wants to take advantage of you. Because masculinity isn't about action. It's about presentation and energy and feeling, which, yes, I know you might think of as action, but the implication under patriarchy and misogyny that masculinity will save you in times of struggle is flawed. Masculinity will not save you if the person coming at you is bigger and stronger. Masculinity will not save you if what you need in that moment is femininity. Masculinity will not save you if in that moment you need to be genderless, okay? Or energyless, neutral. So again, this whole conversation is a good one to remind us of our own life, but to remember that we don't know what these people are thinking, we don't know what they're going through, and we could never have understood that situation, right? Like we could never have really understood that situation for what it was, but I'm glad Ariana's okay. I'm glad that person didn't hurt anybody. And even though I think he emotionally hurt people and he was arrested and I think let go, I hope there's some consequence to his actions. But, okay? Any last minute thoughts on this topic, guys? What do you think? What do you think? Discord said, I feel like Emma Roberts could have been standing next to Ariana, and if she had the same level of affection as Cynthia, people would just be shipping them together and have Emma is the protector role because of how frail Ariana looks, honestly. Ariana does look incredibly frail. Just like incredibly frail. I wouldn't, even though Cynthia is small, I would not describe her as frail. So then she naturally gets, just like my sister and I. My sister and I, she gets painted as the more femme sister or the more girl, and I'm more of the boy. So when we're together, I'm more masculine and dominant and toppy when we're just interacting as friends and we're in public. But my sister isn't. But that doesn't mean my sister and I we could be wearing the same outfit. Listen to me when I say this. We could have the same hairdo and the same outfit and people would still clock me as more masculine. Partially because my energy. Everyone always says this. My sister says this. When I walk into a room, I command. Like, I don't like, people just like notice me. Okay. And a big part of it is when I walk into a room, I am fearless. Fearless 99% of the time. Okay. Sometimes I'm not in that energy and I walk into a room and I'm like, oh, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. You know what I mean? But most of the time when I walk into a room, it's like clear who's in charge, even in sibling dynamics, right? So again, it depends on what energy you bring to a room, right? Tiger, welcome to memberships. Welcome to memberships. Okay. Let me see. Chat says alpha energy. I hate the word alpha thing, but for this conversation, not alpha. Not alpha, because I'm not even the alpha. When it's like, I'm not actually the top dog. I'm just the toughest dog. But I'm not the top dog. I'm the toughest dog. I'm the reinforcer. I'm the muscle without having muscle. You know what I mean? Let's see. Chet says, do you know why you default to that? It's my mother energy. I'm mother. I'm mother. I am mother. Like, period. Right? That's just, I've been that way since I was a child. I have always been the person who like stood up for people, who like caused, you know, like, hey, you can't talk to her like that, or hey, you can't do that. Like, called people out. Like, I've always been the girl like people come to for like safety or protection or whatever else. Like, that's just the role that I've played since I was a kid. And I think that's a part of my natural energy. That's just who I am. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. Yeah. Discord said giant woman from Steven Universe energy. I don't know Steven's Universe, so I don't know that reference, but maybe. I don't know that reference. Yeah. Yeah, chat says Bernie is mother, as the kids say. Yeah, like I am that energy, but the aesthetic changes, the way I present changes, how much of my trauma can change things. Like, I'm like, guys, if I'm really fucked up and I'm really triggered and I'm autistically like triggered, I'm certainly not mother. I'm usually like, I hurt and I don't want to do anything. And I also have moments, please, where I'm like, oh my God, I don't even want to exist in my body. Like, but that's why we play different roles at different times. Okay. So it's not like I don't have moments. I do have moments. Okay. I'm just a girl, you know? And also it can depend, chat, like who's around in the situation. Cause sometimes like, as an example, I remember my brother and my sister-in-law and I were together and we were talking about like home invasions or like if there's a bear or if there's a mountain lion, cause they live out in the wild. And I said, okay, so obviously brother is top dog, then me, then sister-in-law, right? Because ultimately there's a hierarchy to the how the energy shows up. But if brother-in-law isn't there, now it's me. And if I'm not there, she's in charge. But why am I more in charge than my sister-in-law? Not because she's not the mother of the house, but because she is literally, she's like femme mask. So she's mask in the sense that she works on a farm and she's strong, but she's femme in the sense that like she would protect her kids, but like I'm a man about it. And I don't mean man in the binary. Remember, when I say man, I don't mean cishet man. That's not what I'm saying when I say man. Okay? But I know that's really hard because like the language we're using is like, guys, the word man could mean 72,000 things based off the bubble. So again, when you're listening to me or we're having these conversations, you need to hear the word and then process like in which ways are we talking about these things? And which is why when people talk, I go, ooh, what do you mean by that? You know, what do you mean by that? Right? Because these things are different, right? Chad says we need more words, but I know exactly what you mean. Exactly. It's like, I know we don't have enough words, but if you're around certain groups long enough, you'll start to pick up on what words mean, the tone in people's voices when they use it, like how words are different in different bubbles, you know, and that's why I think everything is bubbled. Like we're not all having the same conversations because of this, right? Chad says, is it almost like a leader and a follower? Yeah, kind of in a sense. Like I will say that I don't want to be the leader. I don't want to be the top dog. I don't want to be alpha. I don't want any of that energy. I do not want to be in charge. Go fuck off. But when shit hits the fan, you can come to me because I'm reliable. Again, I want to be the witch in the woods that you come to when shit hits the fan. I do not want to be out here leading armies. My brother, he's an army leader. He wants to lead, like he's like that role of like, I'll lead the army. I'm not that. I do not want to lead your army. But if you need me and you call me, like I'll show up, you know? Okay, guys, let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back and we'll continue the stream. Okay, uno momento, por favor. I'll be right back. All right, girls, I'm back. All right. So, let's see. What did you guys say while I was gone? Let's see. Chaz says, do you lead the dance? Is that a good way to say it? I do lead. Fun fact, when I was a kid, I went to a cotillion class with my friend and I was asked not to come back because I didn't want to follow any of the rules. Like, a big part of it was that I was just like, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Like, listen, if you want me to show up to an event where women have to sit a certain way because they're a woman, or dance a kind of way because they're a woman, or eat a certain way because they're a woman, I'm happy to cosplay and play pretend. I'm a role play queen. But if you want me to do it within my energy because I'm a girl, fuck off. So like when I went, they were like, Brittany, girls don't sit like that way. I was like, this girl does. They were like, Brittany, girls don't lead the dances. I was like, this one does. You know what I mean? Like I was a rebellious young person. Okay. I'm like 13, 14 years old. Like, don't tell me what to do, girl. I'm autistic. Don't tell me what to do. You know, you better have a reason I am doing these things. And you probably don't, because if your reason is you're the girl, fuck off. Okay. I don't do shit because I'm the girl. But that doesn't mean I'm not a girl. And it doesn't mean I'm not a boy. You know, I'm not doing this because I'm a boy, right?
Excuse me, sir, are you?
There is a difference between doing things because you're a man and doing things and being a man. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of the different. Let me see. Oh, Discord. Let's see. Is this the big woman or the giant lady or whatever you called her on Steven's Universe? I mean, honestly, vibes. Love her. Vibes. You know? Absolute vibes. Now. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I think like one last thought on this. I think when you grow up and you're told by the world, oh, actually, hold up. I have a great example of this. Let me show you a great example. Hold on. Please, I saved it. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, when you exist in the world and you really want the inside to match the outside and people don't validate that, it can feel really soul crushing. So if you're a woman who's especially like athletic and or you feel like as a Black woman, you never get feminized, or you feel like as a girl with a big nose, you never get the chance to feel like a girl, whatever your thing is, it can really be hurtful to us when we try to show up in what we think is like feminine or girly or soft, and then people clock us as not that thing, or people insult us rudely as not that thing. And it can be, again, on purpose, like, you look like a boy. You'll never look like a girl. Okay, I used to hear that shit. I still hear that shit all the time. If you go, you guys can't see it because I block comments on my stream channel, but I get comments almost like every day that I look like a man. And I would keep them if I thought it was a compliment. So the girls who say, Brit, you look like so much like a boy today, I'm like, thank you. Like, I keep those comments because I obviously know it's a compliment. But if you send me those comments like, you look like a boy, okay, obviously I'm gonna block you. Because you're not even like saying, you're not even validating my gender. You're trying to insult me. So like blocked, okay? Because being called a man, if you mean it the way that I feel seen, then thank you. But if you mean it the way that I don't feel seen, well, you just hurt my feelings for no reason. And that's really hard to explain to people because you have to go on that journey, right? So this video went viral on my side of TikTok, 12 million views. Now, I'm gonna let you watch it. Then I'm going to have you tell me what you think, and then I'm going to tell you. Okay? Here we go. It was quite emotional for people. Here we go.
Like the stars by your eye. Thank you. Period. Like Tinkerbell vibe.
Hold on, let me rewind it.
I like the stars by your eye.
Thank you.
Period. Like Tinkerbell vibe. Very good. Oh, sorry, that's not the vibe you were going for.
No, not at all.
My bad. I meant it in a great way.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
Okay. Well, okay. Have a great day. I like the star.
Okay, we're gonna now stay with me here because I watched this video like 4 times because some part of my intuition was telling me that the comments were wrong. But what is your initial thought? Okay, here we go. One more time.
Stars by your eye.
Thank you.
Period. Like Tinkerbell vibe. Very good. Oh, sorry, that's not the vibe you were going for.
No, not at all.
My bad. I meant it in a great way.
No,
You guys can't hear it because of the caption. Well, so here's the thing. Her audio is very low. So most people in the chat on this TikTok thought the girl said, I'm pretty sure you didn't. Like, didn't mean it in a good way. Okay, so keep in mind, 99% of the people in the comments heard, I'm pretty sure you didn't. But my intuition was like, no, I don't think that's what she said. Because it didn't feel right to me. Now, the woman sounds Black. I don't know that she's Black. But people go, here it is, another Black woman getting mad at a white woman. But here we go. She didn't say that. She said, I'm pretty sure you did mean it in a nice way. And I had a feeling, because like it's hard to hear if you're not on the phone. Like I was holding it up to my ear. So the problem is like a bunch of people were like arguing with each other. And I do think this white girl is probably autistic. She has that autistic tonality to her, right? But like the Black girl didn't say what people thought she said. So then it caused a war about like, you know, people were being all weird about it. Okay, so then
pretty sure you did.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you did. So she has a, I don't know what accent it is, like a Southern maybe drawl or something, where it sounds like did it, but it, so it doesn't have the int. Where's that language guy? Where's that language guy? You know, her accent made it sound like didn't, but it was did. And it was like, it's almost like a downturn. Where's that language? We need the language guy to come in.
Well, okay. Have a great day.
And then the girl reacted very, in my mind, autistically, where she's like, and like she didn't know what to do, which also, okay, so then I'm convinced it's like autism crime in a sense, but like also I feel like she didn't know what to do because she was embarrassed. But if I was in that situation, I would have just like laughed it off and be like, what were you going for? Tell me the detail. Because I understand what it feels like to be really like you're aiming for something. You think people see it and then they don't see it. Right? Okay, so I'll restart it again for those asking.
I like the stars by your eye. Thank you. Period. Like Tinkerbell vibe. Very good. Oh, sorry, that's not the vibe you were going for. No, not at all. My bad. I meant it in a great way.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
Okay. Well, okay. Have a great day.
Like she didn't. Okay, so I think it's autism because of her tone now. I'm seeing it, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Autistic people sometimes when in that situation don't know how to de-escalate, so they feel trapped. When she says like, oh, okay, it was like defeated, right? And because she was defeated, it didn't allow her to ask more questions or be like, oh my gosh, what were you going for? My bad, mermaid? Princess? Something. You know, she couldn't engage in the conversation, so she froze. And then the other girl was just like, I think thrown because at first I thought she felt like, oh, you see me. And then when she didn't, she was like, oh, like, you know, when you think you're going for something and people are like, oh, you're going for this, but it's not what you were going for. And then you kind of feel sad. So they both deflated each other. It felt like they both hurt each other's feelings, but nobody knew how to fix it. And I was like, oh no, wait, I'm sad. I feel, you know what I mean? And then she said period in that way that when you say it, if this is a black girl, people think it's a black girl. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, then it can feel like a little bit like, are you saying period because I'm black? Are you saying period because that's the way you talk? Or do you understand that you're kind of throwing like period my way in a way? You know what I'm saying? Then it can feel like a little like, I don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? So then it can feel like really weird. And then it can, okay. This is what it feels like when you misgender somebody and someone tried really hard to feel like themselves and you misgender them. Or when somebody like feels really good about the way their aesthetic is and they feel like they really pulled off a look and then you misunderstand the look. Or when someone's just like in there, like they feel, you know, vibing and then you fuck up the vibe, but it's not your fault. It's just like, it can feel like really painful. You know what I mean? Okay. Like, okay. My partner and I are very open with like fit checks. We're like very open with fit checks. And I had to implement a rule that if I feel cute for stream, you can't fit check me right before I'm about to go live. Because one time he tried to fit check me right before I went live and I said, oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to ruin my fucking day? I said, don't try to fit check me before I'm about to go live. And he was like, I'm sorry. He's like, I thought you wanted me to tell you. I was like, yeah, tell me if there's something in my teeth. But do not fit check me before I'm about to go on stream. Okay? You can do this after, you know what I mean? Or you have to do it 2 hours before, but you cannot do it right before I go on stream because it will make me sad and then I'll be feel deflated because I was feeling really cute. And then you like, you know, you kind of give me the like, is this way you want to show up? You know what I mean? Okay. So I understand how it can really like, oh, okay. See how I'm not in my masculine / strong / mother energy when somebody questions my fit 10 seconds before stream? I'm in my like, oh my God, I tried. Oh. Okay. I just spit on myself. I was so sad thinking about it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it was just like a small miscommunication, but it can lead to like feelings. So anyways, I wish the internet though would hear her again. Like would understand that she didn't say what they think she said, but that's what's so dangerous about the internet. This is what's so dangerous about people is like if you feel like you heard something you didn't hear, you will build a whole thought or belief about a person that isn't even real. So be very careful before you assume. I knew it in my intuition, even though I heard it at first too. When I first listened to the audio, I thought she said, I'm pretty sure you didn't like mean it in a good way. And I was like, and then I went like this. I was like, wait, she's at work. Hold up. it's a drive-through. Wait, the audio is weird. Okay, hold on. And then I listened to it like a bunch of times and I was like, oh, she didn't say that. And so all of a sudden my demeanor changed and then my reaction to the video changed. Because at first I was like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh, wait. And that's what I want to encourage everybody to do. It's just like, just because you think you get it the first time, make sure, right? And that's why, by the way, we go back and review stuff we've reviewed. Because the first time you see or hear something, you might not actually be comprehending it correctly. And then you're going to form this whole judgment around it, right? Okay. Wait, Chet says, wait, I'm confused. Didn't mean what? Okay, so the initial impression from the internet is this girl comes up to the window and says, I really like the way you look. I like the stars on your face. And the girl said, thank you so much. And she said, it looks like you're going for Tinkerbell, or like, oh, it looks very Tinkerbell. And the girl goes, oh, I don't know about that. And she goes, oh, you weren't going for Tinkerbell. Like the energy, basically she was like, oh, I don't know about that. Like Tinkerbell, like, you know? And the girl goes, oh, I guess I meant it in a good way. And she goes, I'm pretty sure you didn't, is what the internet heard, which would have been very hurtful and unnecessary. But what she heard was, or what she actually said was, oh, I do believe that. Like, I believe you. She validated her belief. But then the girl, she didn't look relieved. That's what threw people off. Okay, pause. What also threw people off is she didn't look relieved that the girl validated her. So then it looked like the girl did slight her when she didn't. Watch again.
Way.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
Okay. Oh, okay.
See, she didn't feel valid, like, oh, thank God you understood. I meant it in a good way. Okay. Have a great day. Instead it was, okay. Which then, because people are racist, I do think white supremacy, guys, I don't mean to be that woke friend, but I do think white supremacy played a role in this, where they assumed it was a black woman making a big deal out of something that this white woman didn't mean to say, but she never did make a big deal out of it. And then I do think this white woman, because of her autism, most likely, didn't allow for this black woman to correct her in a way that didn't look like an attack. Because like it should have just been, oh my God, I'm so glad you understand me. Have a great day. But instead it became like, oh, okay. And then the internet's like, don't bully this autistic woman. Okay, I'm tired. I'm a bit tired. I'm a bit tired explaining this. Now imagine, you know what I mean? Being a person who's always just like seen as the villain or causing a fight because you have brown skin, black skin. Okay, thank you. Discord says, similar to how Chelsea Fagan, when she commented on that lady, the black tie event, she clearly didn't hear the boyfriend told her to wear anything. I know. It's just like Chelsea Fagan making a fight with this woman when this woman was literally told by her boyfriend what to wear. Yes. Oh my God. Ugh. That's what I always want to do with my work. Okay. I always want us to question what we're seeing and viewing, because it is so easy to get wrapped up in what everybody else is seeing and viewing. And you know, everybody is stupid. So why are we trusting everybody? Guys, if everybody is stupid, why are we agreeing with everybody? That should have been our first lock-in to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. Okay, that should have been our first realization, like, wait, if everybody is saying this, we're probably wrong, because everybody's stupid, including us. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's what I want to do with our work. We just want to, you know, check ourselves. We always just want to say, wait a second. If everybody is saying this, we're probably wrong. Okay? It's so crazy how we'll know certain things are true. Like, we'll know that generally there's two types of minority beliefs. Minority beliefs meaning like, you know, conspiracy theories and no vaccines, crazy. And minority beliefs meaning like they're the few and far in between, but right, and the world isn't ready to catch up. And you want to be that one. Okay, you want to be the person who questions the majority because you're right and not because you're trying to be a conspiracy theorist. You know? Chet says that's how I found you, the re-review. I was really impressed to see someone going back and rethinking it. You can thank my audience for suggesting we do that and me being like, yeah, we should do that. And that's the thing, like, we should go back and recheck ourselves because we're just so flawed as a species. It is what it is. Hey, girl, what are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do? We're human. We suck. Okay, now I'm very excited about this video. This was suggested by my Discord. Shout out to the Discord. This is Performative Men, Fake Allyship, and Dean Withers. I do enjoy, and I mean this in the most respectful way, Dean Withers slander. And a big part of it is because I respect anyone pointing out that these debate bros are just trying to cash in. Every single one of them annoy me now. Okay? All these debate bros that are like, debate me. Why do you like Trump? Debate me. I'm just like, please get your shit together. Okay? This is by Raya. R-A-Y-A. Raya? Either way, let's watch it. Thank you, Discord, for suggesting it. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Yeah, Discord said, what I don't understand is why she posted the video. Wait, you're right. Why did she post that fucking video? I've been in social awkward situations like this, but I would never think to share. Wait, why would she post this video? That's a great fucking question. Let's go back to it. Let's hunt. Hold on.
I like this.
Hold on. Why would she post this video? Who is she? 400,000 followers? Who the fuck is this lady? Who is Francesca? 400,000? Oh, she has 50 drive-through videos. Is this her thing?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Would be the name?
Frankie.
What can I get you today?
Okay, can I be so for real with you? So I was just inside at like, you know, I had like a business meeting and we were like in the little sit down area. And I like didn't eat anything because I was just like, you know, like when you're like in a meeting with someone, you can't eat anything. Like it's weird. So I need to order my meal again. Okay. Anyway, you like didn't need that backstory. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Could I please have a...
Uh-oh, I'm going to say something racist. Are you ready? It's not racist. It's right. I'm going to say something. Weaponizing white woman incompetence and teehee, I'm just a sweet girl with no brains. Teehee, I'm so stupid. Teehee. I hate this. I'm so tired of watching adults infantilize themselves. Teehee, I'm so stupid. Teehee, I didn't order my food. Teehee, girl, just say your order. This woman is working. She's making minimum wage. Just fucking let's go. Like, why would this be? She has 50 videos called drive-through on her channel.
A small mac and cheese. And a 6 count, or is it, that doesn't exist.
A 5, 8, or 12 nuggets.
8 count grilled nugget, please.
Anything else?
With buffalo sauce, is that okay? And a large lemonade with extra ice, if you don't mind.
Why in the world am I watching this video?
Okay. Thank you, Giselle.
And one of the comments says, girl, please, I'm going to block you if I see a video like this again. And then they said, girls, they're literally timed for how fast they get you in and out, which is true. I worked at In-N-Out. As a drive-through person, they time each car. The longer you talk and bother an employee, the less it like, you don't need to tell them these stories, girl.
Of course.
I like your name.
Why didn't you eat anything?
But I didn't eat anything because I was like, I got like fried okra, but I was just like.
And then somebody said, you need to normalize having convos with people. Yes, at the last drive-through window, not at the order window. At the drive-through window, have a conversation. At the order window, you do not need to tell them your whole life story.
Like I was just like eating my, you know, I can't like, you know what I mean? I don't want to like stuff my face. Like I was like,
man, I'm doing something wrong with my online presence that this has so many fucking views and so many fucking likes. 40,000 likes, bro.
This is weird. I don't know. Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. How are
What?
Hi. How are you?
you? Good. How are you?
Good.
What's the name?
I almost said your name because I was reading it. Frankie is my name.
Frankie. What can I get for you?
Can I please have... Do you have a 5 count grilled nugget?
We do.
That would be fantastic.
You just want the nuggets?
I'm gonna do a meal, I think. Or is that I can't do that.
You can, but it's a kid's meal.
That's fine.
You want to do a kid's meal?
Yeah.
Am I gonna? What is this?
With the I'll change the drink to a large lemonade with extra ice.
Extra ice. Yes, ma'am.
But I'm gonna do the little mac and cheese as my side instead of fries.
Okay. Did you want a toy with that?
No.
You can trade it for an ice cream if you want.
Chad says I love her. I follow her and I love her, to be honest. Why? What is it? I don't get it.
I have a guest today.
What can we get for you?
Hello there. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Can I please have oh dear. For the man, I'll have a grande double chocolatey chippity frappuccino. You know how they are.
I got you. Anything else?
Did you want anything else?
That's it.
I think he wants extra cream.
No, I don't like the cream. No.
Never mind. Never mind. He doesn't like that, I guess. Oh
Okay,
dear.
you said a tall size.
A grande, I guess. He'll have a grande.
Grande. Anything else?
That will be all. Thank you.
What is this rabbit hole we've now gone down?
It's gonna be $15.78.
Here I come.
For the man? Really?
For the man.
For the man. You know how they be? Really? What does that mean?
Dude, no way. They literally wrote double. Can I have it first, actually? Can I have a sip first?
No.
Is that cream? Didn't you say no cream?
What the hell?
I have a guest today. Another day, another trip in the Chick-fil-A drive-thru.
Chick-fil-A, how you doing?
Hi, Ryan.
Can I get a name for the order?
I'm sorry. I'm good. How are you doing?
Sorry.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
doing good. Can I get a name for it?
The name shall...
Yo, what is
OMG,
this?
We're about to pull up to Smoothie King. I was listening to Fiend on my way here, so I'm feeling wild. Here we go.
Welcome to Smoothie King. How can I help you today?
Ah, you are so pleasant. How are you?
Oh. Okay. What is this? You know what, Discord? If you didn't say anything, I would not have like started watching and been like, what is this? Why did she post that? Yeah, there's something. I gotta think about it, and I really have to think about this, but it's yeah, Chad says this is only good if you've never worked in the service industry. Okay, how many of us have worked in the service industry? How many of us has worked at a fast food place? Me, I have. Who has worked at a fast food place? And how many of you would enjoy this interaction? Okay? Like, okay, who would enjoy this? Like, who would enjoy and think this? Like, who would want to see this video and then see you on this video? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not getting it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the interaction itself. It's the recording the interaction. It's the posting the interaction. It's all of that stuff. I don't really care, like, about, because, like, I like talking to people. I like talking to people when I work drive-thru. I just don't, I don't think I'd like to see myself on these videos, and I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's not exactly that she's, like, it's the fact that she's recording herself doing something that's, like, perfectly fucking normal. And then she's, like, posting it? I don't know. Then it feels like, hey, these people are just trying to work, bro. You know, so that's, I think, what's making it icky. Because it's not the way she's even talking to them, though I do think the way she's talking to them is for the camera. Because I don't talk to people like this. Yeah, oh my God. Like, I just go, well, also, I have a lot of, like, I don't want to waste people's time in the drive-thru. So I'm like, hi, how are you? Okay, thank you. Yes, can I get your this? Okay, thank you so much. It's very, like, professional. Okay? I do not try to make banter with people on the radio, on the machine. I know it's already difficult. They're already listening to you through a mic. They can see you. It's already fucking annoying. I do not try to make banter with people. At the window where I'm getting my food, sure, I can see you. I can see your facial expressions. There's a little banter. Sometimes when I order at the window, at the microphone, I'm like, thanks, girl. See you at the window. At most. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Like, I'll say something like that. But I won't like have a whole convo until I get to the window. And then there's a little bit of okayness with that. But something about her doing it at the microphone is weird for me. You know? Yeah, her saying you doing or Discord saying when she said you're so pleasant, the tone gives me condescending. But maybe she's autistic. Maybe she's neurodivergent and she thinks this is cute because people like it. Maybe it's neurodivergency. I think she's autistic. So she probably thinks she's the main character. I think I probably did this when I was autistic, but in a different way. I think I did this when I was working at the register at In-N-Out. Like they would put me at the register at In-N-Out at the front because I was really good with guests, but I was very autistic about it. But it worked out well for them. Like they would say like, oh, Brittany does well because she talks to the customers and the customers like her. Like people would literally want to get my line because they wanted to talk to me. The dilemma with this is that people wanted to talk to me longer than the business could handle. At the grocery store, same thing. I had clients who would literally wait. I would have customers who would wait for me to be available so I could slice their meat, but then they would talk to me for too long and then we'd get behind because people would wait in line just to talk to me. Old people, young people, kids, but it was mostly old people. Right? I don't know, but she's giving me neurodivergent. You know what I mean? Discord says her audience is the one infantilizing and her autism makes her think their approval of her behavior. Well, I think people think it's sweet because people think they could never do this. Like she's doing something. I feel like they're reading it as her doing something they could never do. So maybe they think it's empowering or something. But I feel like as an autistic girly to another, I feel like she could be autistic. But chat says, I don't think she's autistic, babe, coming from an autistic. Well, I'm autistic and I think she's autistic. So who knows? She's giving autistic. She just does not give neurotypical. Neurotypical people are not doing this. Like, why would they do this? They don't give a fuck. They just want their fucking food. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like only a neurodivergent would think this is cool. Like, neurodivergents would think this is lame. I mean, neurotypicals would think this is lame, right? Like, why would a neurotypical person do this? Do you know what I'm saying? But I think and I don't mean this like talking too much. Neurodivergent, neurotypical people do that too. The way she's doing it, the filming, you know?
I was listening to Fiend on my way here, so I'm feeling wild. Here we go.
Welcome to Smoothie King. How can I help you today?
Ah, you are so pleasant. How are you?
Very good, thank you. What kind
She didn't even say anything.
Wild. Here we go.
Welcome to Smoothie King. How can I help you today?
All she said is, welcome to Smoothie King. What can I get you today? And she was like, oh my God, you are so pleasant. That's what I mean. It doesn't make sense for the social context.
Ah, you are so pleasant. How are you?
Very good, thank you. What kind of blend for you today?
Can I please have a strawberry pineapple metabolism boost?
Yes, of course. Is that a medium size?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you like any frozen yogurt, more immune support, multivitamin, anything else in there today?
I am all good.
Okay, great. Do you have the Healthy Rewards app for your points today?
I should, but I do not.
You should. You definitely should. This would be 900 points today. At 2,000 points, it turns into a $2 off reward automatically.
Girl, what? Okay, well, I'll have to do it later because my brain doesn't work fast under pressure, so I'll have to do it later.
I understand. I'm right there with you. Okay, is that all for you this evening?
Yes, dear.
Okay, great.
Yes, dear girl. The comments love her, by the way. Her comments love her. Like, they love her. You know, some people hate it, but most people love it. But she doesn't have a lot of traction on this video as an example, but most people seem to like her. There are a couple of criticisms, but most of them love her. Now, I will say this. Wait, Chet says, Britt, have you ever met a fake nice person? I mean, I've been a fake nice person. How do you get through social situations? You know what I mean? Like, you're guys, you have to be fake nice on days you feel like you don't want to have to work. Like, I'm fake nice through work, not this job here, but like when I was in regular job work, I was fake nice every day, girl. You think I want to be here? I'm on my period. I'm fucking cranky. Go fuck yourself. Hi, how are you? What can I get you today? Okay, please. That's what I'm saying. Do you guys not work in service? Okay, like I'm getting paid minimum wage to act like I want to be here. Hi, how are you? Come on, girl. Come on, please. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay.
If you want to go ahead and go forward,
I'm good. Can I have a name for you today?
Hey.
Chat says, wait, do you call that being fake nice or not masking? Look, if you mean fake nice, meaning I'm malicious, that's different. Just say you're mean. Just say you're a fake B word. You know what I mean? Just say you're fake. But like, if you mean like fake nice, like to get through a social situation, call it masking. Call it whatever you want, girl. But I'm doing it. Okay? Do you think I really want to be here? Okay? But also, there were days when I really liked being at work and you would know the difference because the truth is like, you don't know my why. If you're masking or fake nice to get through work and you're actually authentically yourself, they could look the same way. The why is different. Only you internally know which one is for which. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get through my shift. So there would be days where I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much for being here. Have a good day. And then I would turn around and be like, but I'm not being a bitch. I'm not being a B word. I'm just literally, I'm aching. I'm stressed. I don't want to be here. But I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying not to ruin your day because I'm having a bad one. Okay? Fake nice is when you're like, I hate this girl. Oh my God, you look so pretty today. Oh, this girl is the worst. Oh my God, you're so smart. Like that's fake nice in a way that's malicious. So maybe we can say fake nice versus masking. But I'm not trying to ruin your day because I'm having a bad day. You know? I'm really lucky that I don't have to do that anymore for work. Like, I'm really lucky that this is my job now. You know? Because, yeah, like, when you're at work and you're being social and you're, like, serving all these customers, hi, how are you? Welcome to In-N-Out. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the, hi, what can I get you today? Oh, you have a kid? Let me be extra. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't want to, yeah, we don't want to be Regina George. We do not want to be Regina George. That's icky. That's ugly. But, let me hear, listen, this lady gives a little bit Regina George, but I don't think that's her intention. In all good faith, I do not think that's her intention. But it does feel that way to me, where I'm like, why are you doing this? It does feel a little bit like it, where I'm like, what are you doing? Right? Chess says, don't you feel like you need to appease your viewers to a certain extent? Appease you? Appease you? No. What do you mean by the word appease? Wait, I'm going to Google that. Appease you? To appease means to bring peace or relief to a problem by giving into demands. No. Go ahead, try to demand something from me. Take it from my dead, cold fingers. I dare you. No, I do not try to appease my audience. Like, no, like, fuck off. You know? No. Do I try to consider my audience? Yeah. Do I try to hear my audience? Yes. Appease? Fuck no. Go ahead. Make a demand, girl. You think you're not going to trigger my PDA and I'm not about to win this fight? Come on. Okay, back to this video.
LOL.
LOL.
You watched my TikTok? Which one was it?
The one where you are.
Oh, worst question to ask somebody. Oh, you watched my video? Which one? Why do people ask that? I hate when people say that. Oh my God, you watched the video of mine? Which one? I don't know, girl. I just know your face. I hate when people ask me that question.
Outside. Oh, I went on a walk.
Yeah, with your dog.
Yeah. Sorry, normally I'm spunkier than I am right now. I just taught a bunch of 24-year-olds how to paint a butterfly.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I'm so drained. It took everything out of me.
That makes sense.
How are you guys?
We're good. It's cold out here, but
it is cold today.
Yeah.
Then I should hurry up, right?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Take your time.
I also don't, okay, listen, I have anxiety, so don't listen to me, okay? I have anxiety, don't listen to me. I do hate when people pull up to the window and they don't know what they want. I do hate that you're not looking at the pre-menus that are already there for you to see before you get to the window. And I kind of hate that you didn't pull it up on your phone to double check. And I kind of, before I go to a restaurant, do look at the menu before I get there. But I kind of do hate that you went through the drive-thru and you're taking 5 minutes to order. Girl, why didn't you just get down to the store? Like, the drive-thru is supposed to be quick. That's why we go through the drive-thru, so we can get back to work. I have a 30-minute lunch, let's go. But if you're spending 10 minutes at the window not sure what you want, why didn't you just get out of your car? Okay?
Oops. Don't let them run you over. Like my boyfriend almost ran you over.
Yeah, I LOL.
Okay,
Okay. Can I do 2 chocolate shakes, please?
ma'am.
Can you do no cherries?
Of course. What else for you today?
That's all, Johnny.
Just 2 chocolate shakes, no cherry today?
Correct.
Be $9.52 for y'all today.
Cool.
I'm good. Can I have a name for you today?
Yeah, her videos give me anxiety. I'm not gonna lie. She spikes my anxiety, which is really interesting. Look, if you love these videos, I'm happy for you. But yeah, like this truly spikes my anxiety. Nobody like loves this woman like I love this woman. You make me so happy. I just love you. Yeah, like people like her.
I come. Good morning to you. Good morning to you.
Also, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be this friend. Do you know what I don't like about her? Y'all gotta stop driving and vlogging. You gotta stop. It's so fucking stupid. Stop filming yourself while you're driving. Stop it. Unless you have a thing and you press record and you never touch it. But it looks like she's holding her phone. Stop doing it. Stop looking at the camera. Okay, if you're gonna vlog in camera, put it up on your dash and stop touching your fucking phone. Okay? Phone distraction is the cause of so many accidents right now, and I'm sick of fucking seeing it. Okay? I'm sick of seeing it and normalizing it and going viral using it and then encouraging people to do it. Stop doing that. Okay? Yeah, okay. We did it, girl. We went down this rabbit hole. Man, that was a journey, girls. All because Discord was like, why did she post the video? Damn it, Discord, you're right. Why did she post this video? Look at us trying to get down to the root of it. Look at us. Oh, we're such little investigators. We're such investigators. Look at us. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Let's do this. Raya, performative men and fake allyship. Love it. Let's watch it. Thank you, Discord, for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Excuse me, sir, are you a performative man? No. Yeah, what are you listening to? Women talking?
Tampons should 100% be free.
Gentle reminder that the men who did me the most dirty in my life were all leftists, intersectional feminists.
Most perform.
Oh, pause. I would agree with the sentiment, but I wouldn't say that they were leftists or progressives. I would say they were pretending to be, because real people who embody these beliefs don't then act this way. That's like saying, oh, I'm not racist, but I call enter this group here, slur here. Oh, I'm not a misogynist, but I think women are less than men. Oh, I'm not this. Girl, you might say you're something, but it doesn't mean you are. Your actions speak louder than words, because I agree that the scariest man you have to look out for is a man who performs progressiveness or liberalism, which is why I do raise a pretty eyebrow at all your favorites, because I'm like, these men love a label because it puts our guard down. But then are they really embodying this belief or this, you know, do you believe it or do you perform it?
Male award goes to.
Imagine, you know,
they're always like, why does the internet hate the performative man? We hate the performative man because they lie to get into our pants.
you look gorgeous. Can you hold my matcha? Sure. I'm gonna get a shot of you on my disco if that's okay.
Sure.
Look, Charlie and I are both performers. How is the show supposed to go on if I lost my right-hand man?
I would almost prefer the outright misogyny of right-wing men and the way that they handle women to the insidious nature of lecherous leftist men, because it's calculated.
You know how sometimes you come across a funny trend or meme online, but the more you keep seeing it and the longer you think about it, the darker it actually gets. No? No one?
Yes.
Just me?
Yes.
Well, okay. Yeah, you see, that's kind of what happened with the whole performative male thing for me. Like at first it was all jokes, the tote bags, the matcha lattes, the sad boy who reads Sally Rooney memes. Just another excuse to collectively poke fun at men, and who would pass that up, right? But like I said, my mind is a dark place. So today we are digging underneath the humor of it all to figure out how this meme became so massive and why it hit such a nerve, especially with women. And when I tell you we are gonna be doing the absolute most in this video, unpacking the trend, defending performative males, yeah.
This is so funny to me because I think it's always existed. So it's not new. It's always existed. Like when I was a young millennial, the kind of man that you would try to go for, you thought was more in tune with women, was like the Loki trope versus the Thor trope. It was the guy who was into vampires versus the guy who was a football player. But the truth is like, this does not indicate the goodness of their character, which is why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But yes, like men will... because you know, men are trained under patriarchy to like, and through nature to like dance their way into like partnership. So they perform, and the performance needs to be backed by like the belief. So that's what I look for in partners or friends even. Oh, friends too. You always think like, oh my God, we're like on the same side. We believe the same things. And then you realize like, oh, it's just kind of a performance for you. Hold on, pause. Let me think about this. Queerness is one of those things, which is why my video to this day, that podcast I made about when you're gay but not queer, it's doing numbers. And I think because it just resonates with so many people in negative or good ways. Like the amount of gay people on that post who are like, I'm gay, but I'm not queer. I'm trans, but I'm not queer. Okay, girl, congratulations. That's like saying like, I'm a woman, but I'm not a feminist. Okay, girl, we get it. You're welcome though, because thanks to queer people and thanks to women or feminists, you all now get to be on this post talking about how like, I'm gay, but not queer. I'm a woman, but I'm not a feminist. Love that for you. But like, okay, without queer activists, without feminist activists, okay, peace and love. So this is the thing, it exists in all bubbles, not just the man bubble, but it's also now that abnormal because, you know, conservatives do it too. Conservatives perform masculinity, but they're not even that masculine. Look at all the conservative people. Look at Marco Rubio, Trump, J.D. Vance. What part of this is masculine? You know what I mean? It's not like they're out here, they're like, we believe in the farmers. Girl, you've never been on a farm in your life. You know what I mean? These men with their perfectly lotioned hands, which we love, by the way, we love a lotioned hand, acts like they're sitting here performing like cowboy masculinity. But they're not. It's just a story they tell themselves.
If you can believe it, exposing hidden misogyny inside woke men, and yeah, also tying it all back to Charlie Kirk's. Told you, the places my mind goes sometimes. Anyways, let's just embark on this journey and we'll figure it out as we go, so no further ado, let's go. Okay, even though I'm sure many of you are already aware, let's still take a closer look at what performative male actually is. If you believe major media outlets like Cosmopolitan or the New York Times, he's basically a guy who pretends to like feminist literature, matcha and Clara songs just to get laid. Yeah, this is indeed the performative male starter pack. The claim is
wait, I gotta look at that. Wait.
And Clara songs just to get laid. Yeah, this is indeed the performative.
Okay, hold on. Oh my God, this haircut, I've been seeing it everywhere. Okay, the jeans, the camera, the music types. Okay, books. Okay. Yes, bell hooks. Okay. Yes. We love it. It's like when hipster fashion kept coming into 2014 Seattle. And I was like, these are liberal men, so they must be good. This is, guys, listen to me when I say this. I have never dated a Republican. All of my bad relationship stories are men who say they hate Republicans. They are liberal men. So I get it. But see, what I didn't know and what I didn't learn is that being a liberal wasn't good enough. That's why I say like liberals are red flag now. Because when you realize what liberalism is, when you realize like what Democrats are as an example, you realize like what these performative white men are, is you realize they're men who did not fit in. These are the men I dated, did not fit into typical conservative culture. So they were ostracized. And so they found solace and comfort in progressive circles, but not progressive enough. If it was too progressive, they're like, no. If it's Burning Man, oh my God, Burning Man and BDSM dungeons and like D&D and all these places where men who aren't traditional enough to be conservative, even though conservatives never do it either, they get ostracized. So then they come to these communities and the girls think they're cool. Oh, we remember that trend where the girls are like, I know he'll never cheat on me because he likes Pokemon. These men out here trying to catch them all, girl. Okay, so this idea that like, oh, I'm dating a guy and he's never gonna be like, he's never gonna cheat on me. He loves anime. It's like, oh, this guy I'm dating, he's autistic and loves Legos, so he's never gonna cheat on me. And you know what? You know what I used to think? We're poly, we're open, we communicate. Why would he ever cheat on me? Because he wasn't really open, he wasn't really communicating, and even though he was poly, he was a cheater. Because poly doesn't mean you don't cheat. Just like monogamy doesn't mean you don't cheat. You know what I mean? Or you don't look at other people.
Performative male starter pack. The claim is essentially that these men are dressing in more stylish or feminine ways and acting out a kind of sensitive,
in their femininity. These men are in their femininity.
Feminist adjacent persona in order to seduce women.
That's why I think 50 Shades of Grey and all these books and Edward and stuff do well with women, because they're men who are masculine but feminine. They're feminine masculine men, or masculine feminine men. They're masculine feminine men. Like Christian Grey is a masculine feminine man, but he's still primarily feminine. And that makes women feel safe, which brings down our guard. Okay. Edward and Jacob, their love triangle is Jacob's more masculine. He's in the dirt. He's a werewolf. You know what I mean? He like runs through forests, you know, which is hot and sexy. And he's like, But then Edward's like sensitive and like, you know, this is the skin of a Bella or killer Bella. He has like self-hatred. And like, that's so hot, you know?
The performative male is kind of an emotional catfisher. It's not that he genuinely likes indie musicals or literary books, it's that he's using them like props to get what he wants. Yeah, this whole thing apparently blew up because of a TikTok where a woman was telling the story of getting on an elevator, only for the man inside to pull out a book and start reading. She mocked him, claiming that he was being performative because he only did it because she walked in. And also, who takes out a book to read on an elevator, right? Well, as an avid reader myself, I would, but that's just me. Yeah, so far I haven't been able to actually find this original TikTok. Maybe I will by the time this video goes out. But this is kind of what's credited as the start of the trend.
Hold on. Hold on.
Find this original TikTok. Maybe I will.
Okay. The only thing I was able to find, a woman posted a TikTok of herself entering her apartment. She tells the story of a man who was on the elevator and started reading a book when she entered. She mocked him and he was being performative because who takes out a book to read on an elevator? Anyway, other women started stitching her stories of times men did things to make them more appealing when a woman was in their presence. This sparked a conversation about men who claim they're feminists but are just hiding as a misogynist and being performative. And that's why you're suddenly seeing tons of stuff concerning performative men. Okay, can I say something? When I was
this video goes
when I was younger, when I was younger, I used to. This is so autistic. This is how you know I'm queer and autistic. But when I was younger, because I like all kinds of things, okay? Hyper feminine, hyper masculine, whatever. When I saw a guy I liked, oh my God. I think I've told you this before, but when I saw a guy I liked or thought was attractive, I would act more like a man to attract him. I was trying to Brokeback Mountain it, but it made no sense. But in my head, I thought he would find me more attractive if I guys, this is so cringe. Are you ready for this? If I spit on the floor like a man, or if I was down and dirty at the farm, or if I was listening to rock music or something, I would think that would translate to the guy that I'm attractive because I like boy things too. Because I did like those things, right? I did like those things and I wanted him to know I like those things too, for real. But it just it ended up not making sense because the men that I was even attracted to would never have dated a queer person like me, right? Because then it just ended up turning into a pick me era of my life in which I was I'm not like other girls, but also I literally like this stuff. It's not performative and now I'm confused. So it was so autistic. It's incredible. Right. But now that I'm older and now that one of the biggest conversations I had to have with my partner is I needed them to understand that I was a man, that this isn't a joke. Separate from a pick-me phase, which I did grow out of, separate from all of these things, separate from a tomboy phase, I needed him to understand that I really am a boy, that I really like these things, but I also know exactly what I like. I'm very particular. And it actually did take him, we had to court, and it took him a second to get it. Because at first he didn't get it because he thought, oh, maybe she means it in the way that a tomboy means it. And then he was like, oh, I get it. You're literally a boy. I was like, I'm literally a boy. And then he got it. And I was like, are you good with that? And then he was like, yes. And then we got engaged, right? Because it was really important for me to understand. And I had to deconstruct my pick-me era from my internalized misogyny era, because I did go through that, right? This idea that women were weak and women weren't good and men were better and I needed to be a better man than the men. But then after all of that deconstruction, I still ended up being a man. And I was like, fuck. So I wasn't just performing being a man, though there was a performance to it. I was digging my way into realizing okay, am I a guy or do I just want to be a guy? Do I think it's better being a man? So I did go through all of those phases, right? I absolutely did. And thank God they were phases. You know what I mean? But it's, okay.
This is kind of what's credited as...
Oh, I'm sorry. But the difference here is I'm not faking it to get laid. I was performing though in a way that didn't make sense or translate to who I was. So these men here who are performing femininity or feminism to get with women in my mind, I'm reading it that they're doing it to get social credit they didn't earn or to get laid, which is gross. Right?
The start of the trend. Then the whole thing snowballed because other women started stitching this original creator, telling more stories of men suddenly becoming deep readers or feminist allies. For Lana Del Rey fans, the second a woman entered the room. And fast forward to today, we now have thousands of videos under the hashtag performative male, mostly of people dissecting and mocking the trope. People even started holding performative male competitions the way TikTok once did or still does with celebrity lookalike contests. There has even been a competition here.
That stuff is pretty funny to me.
Here in Budapest, which, by the way, I had no idea was happening and sadly missed. Yeah, I would have loved to witness that. But anyways, that still gives you an idea of how widespread and massive this trend has become. And I think the easiest thing to compare performative male discourse to is the whole pick-me girl or fake gamer girl. Yeah, who remembers that?
Yes, okay. As an example, I really wanted to like video games, but I just never did. I wanted to though. Like, I was like, hey, that sounds fun. I like it's competition, it's group activity. I could like this. Only games I ever liked was Overwatch. I really genuinely liked that game. And I liked Smash games, like Nintendo games, but that's it. But I really wanted to like video games and I just don't. And you know what sucks is every time I would have a guy friend, they'd be like, Brittany, you would love this video game. Like, what's the video game? Which one's the one where you have teams and you build up your teams and you're kind of like insects or something? And you're kind of like looking at it from like an aerial perspective. You have to like build an army while they're doing something over here. And then your armies have to fight. Anyways, I had a guy friend who was like, you would love this game. And I was like, are you sure? He's like, you love political strategy. You love this, da, da, da. He tried to, StarCraft, whatever. He tried to teach it to me. And I was just like, bro, I do not want to play this. He's like, really? I feel like you would love it. I did not like it. But I would tell them. I'd be like, I'm not having fun. You know, I think what people see in me is like, they're right that I like something that's adjacent to this, but it's not this. But yeah, in my dreams, I'd be great at video games, but I'm just not, I get bored. I literally do not care. You know, it's very interesting.
Actually, in the 2010s, women who liked video games were accused of pretending to be into them for male validation. Surely girls couldn't possibly be interested in something that didn't align with traditional gender expectations. Like,
you know why though? Because we are taught to lie. We're literally taught to lie as people who are on dates or whatever else. We're told to lie about what we like. So I think the one thing about me that I was always good about being, which is probably the autism, is I'm really good at being like, I don't like that. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. And everyone's like, come on, like do it, it'll be fun. I was like, listen, I'm all about trying things, but like I'm not going to like this. Like that same group of friends was like, Brittany, you'll love D&D. Please play D&D with us. Because I was writing books and I was like, I don't want to play D&D, bro. And they're like, come on, please. And I was like, bro, with peace and love, do not make me do this. I don't want to do this. Because they kept seeing parts of me that weren't there. But my partner, my married partner who plays D&D, they were like, I could never see you playing D&D. And I was like, thank you. He was like, it just doesn't make sense for who you are as a person. Like, it just, you know, like it doesn't even make sense for who you are. And I was like, thank you. But I think what people saw in me is that I was a theater kid. They saw that I liked to perform. They saw that I was at the dungeon and I was like, I wrote stories. I was into fiction and they just assumed I would be good in it. But I just don't, like, I have no interest. Versus my partner who plays it is like so validating and seeing me and saying like, yeah, obviously. Like, why would she be into that? You know what I mean? And that's what we're looking for in people. Who's the real me and who sees that me? And then what is the thing? Like, I try not to, you know, ick anyone's yum. If you're into something and I'm not into it, that's okay, girls. There is nothing wrong with video games. There's nothing wrong with D&D. There's nothing wrong with these things. I don't like them, but let's be honest, in this world, even boys fall into it. There is an expectation that you will like the thing that's cool. It's like, I bet boys were bullied in school for not liking Fortnite. I bet there was a time where they're like, you don't play Fortnite? What a loser. Like, why are we acting like boys and girls don't bully each other for like not being into something that everyone is into? So like, I'm sure a lot of these people, especially young people, do want to be in the know and they want to be seen as cool. So they perform this interest in things, right? Which is why I'm telling you right now, like we have to, is this me or is this what society wants me to be? Is this me or am I just trying something new to see if I like it?
makeup or shopping, it must all be fake and done for male validation, right? In the same vein, the performative male discourse is kind of the gender flipped version of that. These men who like things coded as feminine get accused of only doing so to appeal to women. Because once again, reading romance novels or being interested in feminism aren't things a real man would ever naturally enjoy.
A son or thought daughter. Boring. What about matcha drinking, tote bag holding, feminist book reading, Clairo listening son? Or backstabbing, male validation seeking, I'm not like other girls saying daughter?
Anyways, before we get into the meat and bones of this video, I just want to set the stage. For me personally, this trend has two distinct layers. First, the aesthetics.
Well, hold on. Chat says, here's my issue. Shoeonhead always used to dunk on male feminists, basically for being performative males, and low-key it felt more like a way to dunk on feminism and less masculine men. First of all, you can't trust Shoeonhead as a narrator because she is anti-feminism. Like, you can't rely on her as a narrator because she's anti-progressive. Raya, who I do not know but can already tell, you can rely on her as a better narrator because she's not opposed to feminist men. Like, Shoeonhead dunks on people because that's her belief. That's why centrists love her, right? Anti-feminist people love her. And that's why, like, you can't trust her as a narrator. So again, when progressives criticize our own, you cannot, like, attach that to conservatives. That's why when I call out progressive men for calling women the B word, that is not the same thing as a conservative calling out them for saying the B word. Conservatives have no leg to stand on, right? But, like, that's not to say that there isn't criticism. So yeah, fuck Shoeonhead. Who cares what she thinks? You know what I mean? Like, why do we even care what she thinks? She's not even on the right side of history here, right? She doesn't, yeah, her intent is exactly, chat. The intent is different. Exactly.
So the memes and the jokes, and then something a little bit more serious underneath. So walk with me here because we are going to slowly peel back both of the layers.
Let's go, baby.
Okay, the first layer is pretty obvious and straightforward. The aesthetics part, the memes, the countless TikToks, the competitions, the mockery. It's the endless clowning on guys with mustaches, the ones who wear tote bags, quote Sally Rooney, or go to layaway concerts. Now, let me defend men here for a second before we start properly calling them out and calling them out on the things they actually need to be called out, okay? In this section, I essentially want to discuss how this whole idea of calling one type of guy performative is...
Okay, this haircut, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I absolutely love it, but now when I see it on people, it screams red flag. Human beings are so interesting, girls. Even the way we do our hair can signal what community we're in. Isn't that amazing? I love a mullet. I used to have a mullet. I love a mullet. But now when I see it on people, okay, I hesitate. Now, not everybody, just usually men with this mustache mullet combination, super red flag to me, but I actually love the aesthetic. I actually think it's like really attractive, but my attraction stops the moment I attach it to this trope. Then I'm like, ew, boo, bleh. But if a lesbian looked like this, I mean, you know what I mean? A non-binary person, maybe, you know,
actually a little absurd. Like, first of all, is it even possible to separate performance from identity in an age where everything is performative? Online for sure, but offline as well, more and more so every single day.
And by the way, I'll say it. There, you know that white nationalist haircut Andrew Scholes used to have? I'm not gonna play that. You actually love that haircut. Hold on, it's so stupid how much I actually did like it, but I was like, you gotta get rid of that, bro. You look like a Nazi. You know what I mean? Like, I love a clean line. I do have a little bit of an obsession with like a nice clean line. He had, okay, hello. It's like, you got to get rid of it, bro. You can't keep it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't actually keep this, you know? But I feel like I kind of want that haircut. But yeah, this mustache hair combination looks like Hitler. You can't look like Hitler. But also, Hitler kind of ruined it for the rest of us because it's kind of a banger. But also, like, you got to get rid of it. That's what I'm saying. You don't have free will, bro. We can't just freely be ourselves in the universe. The universe is too racist. We're all signaling to each other. You know what I mean? You can't keep it. That's why Malcolm Moore had to get rid of his. You know what I mean? But like, I want those haircuts. I want all those haircuts. There are so many haircuts I see. I'm like, I would do this, but I can't. You can't. You can't do it anymore. So yeah, we're not free to be ourselves in this world, girl, because you might be signaling white supremacy.
When every cafe and every subway ride you take, every date you go to has the potential to end up on TikTok. Like, we're all aware that someone could be filming us at any given moment, and that awareness shapes how we act in our day-to-day lives. But it's not just the surveillance state of social media that makes this true. It's also about how our—
Ooh, chat says if you dyed it pink, though, I think it would cancel it out. I think that might be true. If we dye it pink, does it cancel it out? I think it might. I think Chad says Andrew Schultz looks like an old-timey villain who ties people to railroad tracks. I mean, though, true. That's so true. But honestly, I mean, you know, there's something about it. There's something about it.
Very identities are constructed, and how these days they've almost completely shifted from production to consumption. Back in the mid 20th century, a man's identity was largely rooted in his labor. He was a steel worker, a carpenter, a mechanic. His performance of masculinity came through work that was both tangible and visible. Building a house, repairing a car, producing something you could point to and say, I did that. This is the physical result of my labor and skill. Today though, young men are building spreadsheets instead and managing the brand's social media calendar. Bullshit jobs that are abstract, digitized, and stripped of meaning have become—
See, this aesthetic, huge red flags. See, I can recognize like a clean boy, you know, whatever, blah, 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 Iona yacht. This tech bro, whatever, hate it. But I don't think he's ugly. I just like see the bad. You know who I see? You guys know exactly who I see. Hold on. You know who I see? Hold on. I got this. Hold on. I got this. Fuck, I don't know his name. What's the douchebag guy's name on Princess Diaries? What's his name? Oh yeah, this guy. What's his name though? This is I see this.
the norm, social media calendar, bullshit jobs that are abstract, digitized, and stripped.
Okay, like I see I just huge red flags. You know what I just see douchey, loser, like, you know what I mean? I just don't like it.
Of meaning have become the norm, and our identity is no longer anchored in production, so they increasingly get anchored in consumption. And mind you, this isn't just true for men, this is of course true for everyone. Over the last years, there has been a lot of discussions around women performing and women crafting identities. I mean, even think about all the discourse around performative readers or coquettes or that girls. So the same logic applies here. The performative man builds his identity out of commodities. The loafers, the tote bags, the sad girl literary novel, the Labubu plushie. If you think about it, each commodity is a Lego brick in the construction of a personal brand. But the thing is—
wait, hold on. Listen to me when I say this. If I could have looked like Eric Matthews growing up, oh my God. The crushes I had on everybody on Boy Meets World was crazy. It was ridiculous. Every person on Boy Meets World, I had a crush on. There wasn't one single character that I wasn't like, would bang, respectively. Maybe Corey. Actually, I wasn't that into Corey. Sorry, Corey. Corey was the only one. I wasn't really into him. But Sean, Topanga, Angela, 100% girl. Let's fucking go. Like, girl crushes left, right, and center. Corey's kind of like the Screech, because Saved by the Bell, kind of same thing. Right? Saved by the Bell was like everybody was, except for Screech. You know what I mean?
It's when the self itself becomes a brand, every single act of yours starts to look like a marketing strategy. So you cannot help but think he's not just reading feminist literature in a public space, he's signaling virtue to his target demographic. But you see, I don't think it necessarily happens on purpose.
Oh, do you know why? I don't really have a thing for boys who... There's a type of stereotype that Corey was and that Screech was. It's too little boy for me. Like, okay, Usopp has the same vibe. I'm sorry, I cannot. Listen, I know One Piece characters, like, okay, I was saying this the other day. Zoro, fuckable. Sanji, fuckable, barely, okay? Nami, as an adult. Robin, as an adult, fuckable. Usopp, Chopper, they're like kids. There's something kiddish about them. And a big part of it is they're afraid in a way that's like not enough. Like they're kind of too afraid, right? I think that's a part of it. I think when you're, they give off, like they react like kids would react in a situation where the grown-ups are there. You know what I mean? And that's what I think makes them kind of kiddish in a sense. Luffy, you can't fuck Luffy. He's a child. No, Luffy's a child. Luffy is not fuckable. He is a baby. Ace, on the other hand, Sabo, on the other hand, Luffy is a baby. He's literally a child. No, you can't fuck Luffy. Stop. I'll beat you up. Leave him alone, okay? Leave him alone. Yeah, there's just like an energy in people like, no, you can't. Hello? Like older Sabo, 100%. Older Sabo, yes. Are you kidding me? When he gets the fire fruit and he's sitting there like all badass and he like fights, he takes care of people. He's literally an activist, bro. What do you mean? 100% Sabo could be, you know, again, we're aging everybody up to 36 because that's how old I am. But, okay. And Robin, by the way, is my age for the record. Robin is literally like in her 30s, I think, because she has to be, because she's older than everybody else. I'm pretty sure. Either way.
That most men are doing it as an evil conscious plot. I think this is just the inevitable outcome of living in a world where return on investment logic seeps into everything. Our jobs, our dating lives, even our ethics. We are all performing, whether in real life or for the algorithm or even just in our own heads. Which brings us to the absolute hypocrisy of singling out this specific kind of performance. Anyone who's ever been interested in gender studies has probably come across a book called Gender Trouble by Judith Butler and has heard the line, gender is performative. What Judith Butler meant wasn't that gender is fake or just an act, but that there is no such thing as natural essence of man or woman. Gender exists only through repetitions of certain behaviors, gestures, and styles, and over time, those repetitions harden into what looks like truth. So the insight here is that there's no such thing as an authentic male. There are only different performances of masculinity. And when people call someone performative male, what they're really saying is, this performance isn't the one that I'm used to.
Yes! Which is why, again, I wish Republicans would get over it so they could all just be themselves in different ways. 100%. It's all real, but it's all specific to you. How you perform it is up to you. Okay? And that's what's so cool about being a person. But we all fit into, look, we're all unique as a consciousness, but we all fit into categories, whether we like it or not. And that's okay. The question is, do you know which category you're in?
Blue-collar dad who grills steaks on the weekend and
I used to love being a dad. This used to be me. I used to be the girl dad. I used to be the dad who was I would like be the dad older sister. I'd be like barbecuing. I'd have all the funny jokes, the apron, whatever. I would love to barbecue. But the truth is like I never could embody it because it really wasn't me. But I think when I was looking for when I was on my journey of like figuring out who I was, I did usually look to like men to figure out who I wanted to be. I mean, obviously I was obsessed with fairies. Like I had folders on my computer of like goddess fairies, toppy fairies, dommy mommy, but I was not dommy mommy. I was like not in that era of my life. I'm moving much more into it now. But I would also look at men and be like, do I want to be this kind of man or this kind of man? And I was like really trying to figure it out. And I think that's the point. The point is that this script that we're given isn't fitting us. And then we're driving ourselves crazy thinking it should, but it doesn't have to. And I think I'm lucky that I learned that earlier on. But see, what people thought of me as is like, Brittany just does whatever she wants. Brittany's a rebel. Brittany just doesn't listen to rules. But what I was trying to say is like, your rules don't make sense to me. I don't get it. Like, I don't get why I'm doing this. Why are you making me doing that? Like, why are you making me do this? Because I'm a girl? Well, I don't want to do it just because I'm a girl. I want to do it because I want to do it.
Guy carrying wired headphones and a Tessa Mashvek book in his tote bag are both doing performances. They're just pulling from different scripts. One is social.
True, but I think the performance needs to be as honest as it can be, but also you need to be as honest about it not being that thing. Because I do think like performance is all the same, but it's on a spectrum. Like performance is performance, like streaming. Oh, content creation. I am performing right now because I'm at work. When the camera turns off, I will shift into I'm not being perceived Brittany, right? But my performance on stream is different than like a streamer who maybe plays games or tries to get to like, you know how Ludwig streams, but when he streams, he'll do like, hey, if we get to 1,000 this, I'll do this. I'll eat this cake all by myself. I don't make that. I don't do that kind of performance. My performance is different, but it's still a performance. But I try to do the performance as closest to my most organic, real self. I make the purposeful decision to make sure my performance on stream is as close to Brittany when the camera is off as possible without it being inappropriate or unprofessional. That is just as valid. It is not better or it's not better than the people who show up on stream completely different than how they are off camera. Because that's a type of I think about being that person all the time. sometimes I think maybe I should have made a character on stream, or I should have done it different. But the truth is I couldn't, because I wouldn't be able to do it. I would feel unsatisfied if I did that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I love that Chaperone is a character. I love that, like, Gaga creates a character. I like they're all them, but it's a character. It's not who they are when the camera's off.
Actually naturalized, so it looks authentic, and the other is newer, less familiar, so it looks put on. And this exposes a double standard. Like, we don't call a guy in Carhartt or Timberlands perform.
And by the way, that dad performance is the reason men want to have babies sometimes. I've met men who are like, I just want to have a baby so I can be this dad, but I need a baby to, like, bring the picture full circle.
Even though those clothes are also aesthetic signals of certain type of masculinity. You see, the critique only emerges when men adopt performances coded as feminine or soft. So if you think about it, what gets called performative isn't actually insincerity. It's deviation from traditional masculinity. But that raises the question, like, what do we then want from these men? That they go back to gym selfies and Jordan Peterson quotes? Ultimately, there's nothing really embarrassing about a man wanting to read bell hooks or drink matcha or listen to Lana Del Rey. And in their defense, maybe that's their way of escaping another kind of performance, the rigid matcha script that they were handed at birth.
And by the way, guys, the woman version of having a baby so you can fulfill a fantasy is having a baby so you can dress them up, having a baby so you can take cute pictures, having a baby so it, like, brings it full circle. I went through a stage where I was like, I can't wait to have babies so I can dress them up. Yeah, like, I wanted to be a mom, but I also thought one of the coolest parts about being a mom would be dressing my kids up in cute clothes. I thought that would be so fun. Like, anime clothes, you know, Sailor Moon PJs, Disney clothes, whatever I liked at the time. Like, insert thing Brittany likes here. Like, oh, I can't wait to have a baby so I can, like, make a cute room for them and, like, decorate the house for them and do Christmas with them. But, like, yeah, like, I don't think that's that abnormal. I think that's why we have to deconstruct why we have babies, right? We have to deconstruct, why do I want a baby? What is the purpose of being a parent? Like, what is the point of it? And yeah, I, like, love when babies are dressed up so cute. I think some people take it too far, and I think some people are very inappropriate with how they objectify their babies as something cute. But I also think, like, there's a wholesomeness to this can also exist. But I think when you deconstruct it, it's like, yeah, what is the responsibility I have bringing a consciousness into the universe, right?
Okay, now let's peel back the second layer of the strand, the side that actually often gets buried under endless memes and jokes and competitions and whatnot. And that is the real lived experiences of women who've dealt with these so-called performative males or fake woke men. Because if you pay attention, a lot of the women talking about performative men aren't just roasting their quirky fashion choices or the books they choose to read in public. They are describing ex-boyfriends, hookups, and failed dates, the men who loudly declared themselves feminists and sensitive artists, only to turn around to be manipulative, dismissive, or outright misogynistic once a thing got...
Or even well-intentioned, but not fulfilled. You meet a guy, you say, hey, what do you think about this? Oh, yeah, man, like, I think gay people should have rights and trans people are great. But, you know, when it comes to their own kids being gay or trans, they're like, oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, man, I really support it. Or yeah, I'd be a cool trans, like, supportive parent. But also, like, XYZ. But they might even have good intentions. But that's why I say, like, okay, how progressive are you? Like, are you, I guess you could say, like, if you're in the room, are you ever that woke friend that everyone gets annoyed with? Does anyone ever roll their eyes at you when you're in a conversation with them because you're like, well, actually, but also you're correct? Because if you're like, well, actually, but you're not correct, I'm going to get annoyed with you. But if you well, actually, and you're correct, like, maybe it depends. And then also, how do you well, actually? Are you actually compassionate with it, or are you actually annoying as fuck? Because you can't well, actually, and be correct and be annoying. But you can do it in a way that people perceive you as annoying, but you're really not annoying. Which one is it?
Intimate. I've seen so many women say that the men who mistreated them the most weren't the obvious misogynists. No. They were the leftist men who shouted the loudest about social justice and feminism. Men who seemed outspoken and vulnerable in public, but who couldn't connect the dots between their politics and the way they actually treated the women they dated or slept with.
Gentle reminder that the men who did me the most dirty in my life were all leftists, intersectional feminists, people who love to work with women, people who surrounded themselves with women, because that was the staging so that if anything ever happened, which it did a lot with these people, if anything ever happened, they could run cover for each other and say, well, no, I only work with women. Well, no, my girlfriend, we have the best relationship.
That is literally what happened with so many male CEOs that believe in, like, employees should get equal pay. They respect women. They're always end up being accused of sexual assault. So again, okay, Are you embodying your beliefs or are you performing your beliefs? Like a Catholic. Are you a real Catholic or are you a fake Catholic? That's why when people say, Brittany, you can't go around saying who's a real Catholic and not a real Catholic. I'm like, can I? Can I go around saying you're not a real feminist? Like, can't I? Because this is what we mean. Are you actually a Catholic? Or are you actually, whatever? Or are you just like performing? Do you want the street cred, but none of the work that is attached to it? Yeah, I'm gonna like raise an eyebrow at you.
I would almost prefer the outright misogyny of right-wing men
Definitely.
and the way that they handle women
Definitely.
to the insidious nature of lecherous leftist men, because it's
Guys, they're not leftist men, they're liars. They're not leftist men, they're liars. If you're lying about who you are, then you're not the thing, you're a liar. Okay? To quote, what was her name on Love is Blind? You're a liar. You're a liar. What was her name on Love is Blind? You're a liar. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. You're liars. You're not progressives. You're liars. Okay?
Right-wing men, I don't know if they're smart enough to be able to pull off the long con that leftist men do to get women, to abuse women. It is an impressive display of peacocking, of pretending to be a feminist only to do really heinous acts.
Actually, chat says there seems to be more fake Christians who weaponize scripture to be bigots than not, or maybe they're just the loudest. No, I would go further. If you're not bigoted and you're Christian, you're not a real Christian. To be a real Christian means to be bigoted. That's why I think it's a bad religion. I go further. I go, no. Let's take your little belief that a man on earth was God and that this is what it said in the Bible and this is what your church believes. I think if you're a real Christian Catholic, you should be bigoted. Or you should leave that goddamn patriarchal church. Okay? That's what I believe. Because real Christianity is bigoted. And that's what I'm sick of people making an excuse for. Real Christianity is absolutely bigoted. So make a decision. And also, it's insane. You think a man named Jesus was born 2,000 years ago and existed on the planet and rose from the dead? Sit the fuck down. With peace and love. With peace and love. You believe what you want to believe. But with peace and love. Can we please be so fucking serious right now? You know what I'm saying?
On the down low. And that is something that I have seen across entertainment industries. That is something that's super prevalent in politics. It's this idea, it's this smokescreen that's created that says, like, because I'm friends with women, because I respect women, it could never be me. So when allegations come out and you have all of these smart women who are friends with these people being like, oh my God, I'm genuinely shocked by this. That's all staging. That's all on purpose so that it feels too ridiculous to believe.
And here's the thing. I think most of you would agree that betrayal always cuts deeper when it comes from someone who appeared to be on your side. Like if a dude quoting Jordan Peterson treats you badly, well, no shit, Sherlock. You saw that coming from a mile away. But when the harm comes from a guy who...
Wait a second. Are you talking about me, Ethan? They think I treat women poorly. You know what's funny? I think a man who is a Jordan Peterson fan is a man who's a crying for help. It's a cry for help. And I think Jordan Peterson would agree with me. I think he would agree with me that these men are crying, like it's a cry for help. The question is, how do we help these men? And a big part of it is the fact that I would love for these men, like, okay, one of the biggest signs of like a person who's serious about philosophy and is also like deconstructed is a person who gave Peterson a chance and went no. Because there was like a pretty good reason to give Peterson a chance. And a big part of it was just his prominence. That's about it. His fame. And there were some things he said that were good. But if you can go from Peterson was like, he had a moment to like, obviously he was wrong. That to me is like really important because Peterson obviously triggered something in society that was like deeply needed. The question is why wasn't it fulfilling for a lot of the men who felt abandoned? So when I meet a man who said, oh yeah, I was a Jordan Peterson fan for a second, that's actually like a pretty good sign to me. Because it means that at the time that Peterson was famous, those men were genuinely trying to improve their lives and they were looking for an answer. If you can grow past being a fan of Peterson, it's really good. But if you stay a fan of Peterson, ooh. If you're a fan of Peterson now, ooh. Do you know what I mean? Does anyone remember like when Peterson first hit the scene? It would have been reasonable for people to think of him as good, unreasonable for them to be current fans. So don't be worried if you're on a date with a person and say like, oh, I used to like Peterson, but he fucking lost the plot. That's probably good because it means they're willing to say, I was a fan, but fuck them. You need people in your life who used to be fans of people who said, fuck them. Instead of people who are like, oh, I'm a fan of him. And actually, I still really think like he has a lot of good points.
Looks and acts progressive, yeah, that just hits different. And that's what makes the whole performative male thing so infuriating to women. Because for them, it's not just that these men are putting on an act, and yeah, it's kind of cringy and embarrassing, you know, but ultimately harmless. No, it's the fact that the performance itself feels kind of predatory, like calculated vulnerability, listening just long enough, saying all the right things, only to turn around and exploit the intimacy they've been granted.
We hate the performative man because they lie to get into our pants. That's why. That's why we hate performative men. Women attracted to men, basically, do not like the performative man because they are often manipulating these like feminine items or like things or interests that are commonly associated with women, like reading for some reason. They feign these interests to get access to women or female-oriented spaces. Do we understand that part? Issue is, sometimes it's hard to tell if a man genuinely likes the same things that you do or if he's pretending to like.
Okay, this is interesting because for my members, we're going over the Gabby Petito story, and Gabby sadly died at the hands of her fiance. She was trying to be a vlogger, a YouTuber. She died a few years ago. And what's devastating is I'm trying to ask the question, and we're doing this for members because it's a safer space to have this very serious conversation than in the public where people are horrible on the internet. But basically, like, can we discern a person's character enough to know if they're going to kill you? And this is really hard to figure out because some people are out here bragging about killing people, and it's part of like the culture of man, right? Okay. Other people, it is insidious. It is scary. There is no real sign that he's going to kill you technically, but there's a lot of signs that it's just toxic and bad for you. But I shared some statistics that like almost every case of domestic abuse that led to murder, there was first domestic abuse physically, like physical violence. And I think about this all the time, right? Like, can you know, and even people I've dated, like I definitely wouldn't be surprised if I found out they killed somebody. But that's only because of everything I know now in hindsight. But at the time, I never would have like really thought it, even though I think that very deep in my mind knew that like, would this person kill me? Because like, even after I broke up with one of my exes when I was really young, I remember my friends and I like being like, don't tell him where I live. Don't tell him anything because like, I just don't trust him. And that alone should be a conversation about like, yeah, why are we casually having conversations about being scared our ex might know where we live? And you know what I mean? Like that's kind of, but that's from dating quote liberal men or anti-Republican men, right? Dating anti-conservative men. Those anti-conservative men still made me wonder, like, I don't want them to know where I live. Don't tell them where I am. They're very inappropriate, right? Like I don't want them to know where I live. And that should, like, that feeling is so specific, right? It's just really devastating, you know? But can you discern someone's character? I don't think you can necessarily, you can guess based off the pattern because we all recognize patterns, but generally the signs are steps ahead. You know, there's signs moving into, I remember, oh my God. No, I won't tell you that story. That's too long of a story, honestly. No, I won't tell you that story. Sometimes people will tell me stories about who they're dating. They'll be really excited. Like, oh my God, Brittany, I'm dating this guy. And they'll see my face and they're like, what? And I'm like, I'm so sorry. And they're like, really? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I won't tell you what to do, but they're like, why? And I was like, the way you're telling me this story. And they're like, really? I was like, and then like, I was like, I can't tell you why. I just, by the way you're telling me this story, I'm telling you right now, he's dangerous. And then like 6 months later, they'll call me and say, Brittany, I had to literally like move states. Brittany, I had to go, like I had to get the cops involved. Like, Brittany, how did you know? I learned because, you know, I dated people or I went through situations or I helped enough people, but like, you know what I mean? You can't. And it's hard because you don't exactly have the exact evidence, but you have like all of the, you know, and the evidence is all the data points together. So when you're trying to make a decision about your life, put all the data points together and see what the picture looks like and be honest with yourself.
Those things so he can talk to you for longer or so that he can pretend that you have something in common that you wouldn't have in common with another man. And so now he's better or not like other men or the nice guy. because he likes the things that you like.
And again, I want to reiterate, I don't think that every single toad-carrying, matcha-drinking man does this on purpose, like goes out to prey on women and hurt them, you know? But even if they don't, and even if they are trying their best to escape toxic masculinity and traditional gender norms, they often still default to patriarchal behaviors. Because I think ultimately patriarchy is so baked into every single person on earth, yeah, not just men, but everyone, that it often bleeds into even the most progressive relationships. And when that happens, again, the sense of betrayal is just so much sharper.
But that's why I say, are you queer? Are you progressive? What are your values? What do you believe? You know, what do you actually believe and how is this gonna show up in our life? Like I said, this relationship now is the easiest relationship I ever had because we're always moving towards like deconstructing progressiveness. Like it shows up in the marriage. Yeah, when you're dating somebody, you have to learn to discern whether or not this is actually a part of their character. And that's hard. That takes a level of wisdom, I think, in people. And you have to trust yourself to discern that, to know. Like, no matter what you're telling me, I know. I know, absolutely not, right?
Leaves women suspicious of any bell hooks reading leftist guy. And that is what essentially creates the stereotype of performative male that women now try to steer away from. So now that we've looked at it that way, let's also mention that this trend isn't anything new.
Yes, chat says it's like, this is like the guys who turn polyamory into a Mormon view type of a power structure with him at the center. Those polyamorous guys that are like, I just want women to be free. And I just want like, oh my God, but I love seeing my woman with another woman. Oh, it's like so fulfilling as a man to remove masculinity and manliness from my relationship, to allow the female spirit to double in front of me, literally as they eat each other's box. It is so freeing and liberating. It is like, bro, shut up, bro. Shut up. You know? You just know the type. But not everybody who's polyamorous is this person. But yes, this person, oh my God, shut up, bro.
It's just the latest language for an old archetype. In the late 90s and early 2000s, that same guy would have been called the nice guy. The one who performed sensitivity, not because he was actually
exactly
empathetic, but because he thought it was a cheat code to women's attention. And once he got that attention, well, the facade quickly melted away. Go back further, and women have been suspicious of so-called progressive men for decades. In the 60s and 70s, the civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, the new left, women kept running into the same contradiction. The men in those spaces were out there branding themselves as revolutionaries, fighting for justice, but inside...
Yeah, it sounds like the word salad ayahuasca guy. Exactly who I was thinking of. What's his name? That's exactly who I was thinking of. God told me to have a baby with these women. What Aunt Aubrey Marcus? That's exactly who I was channeling. Thank you. Yes.
The movement, women were still the ones making the coffee, typing the leaflets, doing the emotional labor that kept everything running. All while being told that their own issues with sexism didn't really matter and that it was essentially a distraction from the real fight against capitalism or imperialism. Eventually, women got fed up and split up to form their own movements. That's where groups like Red Stockings and New York Radical Women came in. That's literally where the phrase "the personal is political" was born, as a clapback to leftist men who could be radical in the streets but very patriarchal at home. Feminist Robin Morgan put it bluntly in her essay Goodbye to All That. She called out the counterculture and the new left for reproducing the same male supremacy, sexual exploitation.
You know what's funny? In conservative circles, sometimes it's the opposite. Very conservative in public and very liberal at home. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to be conservative and traditional in public, but at home, they're not. It's really fucking annoying, actually.
And hypocrisy that they claim to oppose. Her point was crystal clear. Real revolutionary change couldn't come from male-dominated movements because those movements were just recycling patriarchy under a different name. And when you look at today's discourse on the performative male, the continuity of this issue is undeniable. Like, as silly as it sounds, today's performative man is just a descendant of the 1970s radical boyfriend.
Tampons should 100% be free.
You think I should wear this outfit tonight?
You should never let a man tell you what to wear.
Yes, the cultural style has changed, but the contradiction is still the same. Progressive politics gets performed on the surface, while underneath, the same patriarchal dynamics play out in relationships. So what we are really dealing with is a long history of women realizing that even the men who claim to be allies can be some of the most dangerous. Precisely because they've
Actually, wait, pause. Chat's talking about 500 Days of Summer. You said agreed about 500 Days of Summer, rewatching it as an adult and realizing Summer wasn't the bad guy. Hear me out. I used to, I don't do this anymore because I'm in a different era of my life. Before my 20s, I used to have binge shows that I would watch over and over and over again, like movies that I would literally watch like 100 times. And 500 Days of Summer was one of those movies. I would literally watch it. I had the DVD, girl, just like constantly on replay, right? And I was dating a guy, and for one of our first date nights, it was like one of our first few months of dating, I was like, can you watch one of my favorite movies with me? It's called 500 Days of Summer. It's like one of my favorite rom-coms. And it will really make it clear to you like who you're dating, right? And we watched it. And this should have been one of my red flags. This should have been one of my red flags, that we came away from the movie like with different opinions. He empathized with the guy. I empathized with the girl. And I was like, wait, the moral of the story though is that like he had the wrong idea about love. And he goes, no, the moral of the story is he had the right idea about love, because at the end he meets another girl named Autumn, and that proves that he had the right impression. And I was like, no, that proves he's entering another toxic cycle because he can't fucking read the room and learn the lesson. And he's like, no, the point. And I was like, we were arguing about the point of the movie. And I was like, that should have been it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need to watch things with people. You need to watch your favorite shows with people and see what people take away from the lesson. Like, did we just watch the same one? Okay. Like that's the thing that I would do now that would make that's why I love watching media with my partner, because like when I say we agree on like 99% of things, I mean, like sometimes I will start to say something and then I'll get distracted. My partner's like, okay, here's what I was thinking. And then you tell me what you were thinking. I was like, okay. And then my partner will tell me what they were thinking. And I'm like, you're so that's what I was going to say. And then like, I'll slap my partner. I'm like, yes. And like, it feels so good to like hear from the person you're going to grow old with that like you're on the same page. I can't tell you how. Oh, it feels so good because like I dated all these men that everything would turn into an argument because they would like side with him. You know what I mean? I'm so, woo. It's so nice. It's so nice. Highly recommend. It's so nice because girls, even with friends, I will watch a show with a friend. Like, oh my God. I will watch a show with a friend and it gets really awkward because they'll say something and I'm like, not to be that woke friend, but I'm actually, and then like, I'll realize like, oh, this is going to be tension. And then I'll tell my partner about it and they'll be like, oh my gosh, like really? And I was like, and then this is this. And they're like, cause this is this. I'm like, yes. Because like, sometimes, I mean, I quite literally, I'll have friends say like, cause I do streaming with my friends, like I'll Discord with my friends or whatever, we'll watch movies. And I'm like, and then some friends, I cannot just like, even when I do, I can see that they're not open to the criticism because they'll say, I can't think of a good example, but like, I don't know. Maybe they watch, maybe they would watch 500 Days of Summer and say something like, oh, I kind of like that he punched that guy to kind of like protect her. And I'd be like, oh, girl, no. And she's like, well, don't you think it was kind of cute? No, I do not think it was kind of cute. And I'm like, no, that's not the message. And then, you know what I mean? So like, it's that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, you're still in that era of your like dating life. Like some of my girlies are still definitely in their like liberal era dating life where they're like, it's kind of cute when a man does X, Y, Z. And I'm like, things that I think are so toxic that they still think are cute. You know what I mean? And you just gotta let people go through it. And you know what I do? Oh my God, do you know what I do to make my friends realize what they're doing? Even though it doesn't work, let me just tell you. I kind of hope it works, but I'll say to them, sorry, I'm so sorry but I'll reference my ex and I'm like, you're dating a da-da-da-da. Like they've become like a category. Like you're dating a da-da-da-da. Do not do this. That's your da-da-da-da. And they're like, why would you say that? And I was like, I know you don't think it is the same, but the way you looked at me when I was dating him, that's how I'm looking at you. You're dating a da-da-da. And they're like, oh, no. And I was like, yep. And then they still do it. They literally still, I have multiple people in my life who are definitely dating a da-da-da-da and they can't get out. They're just, I'm the exception. Maybe it will work. I know what you're saying, but hear me out. And I'm like, girl, I cannot believe. You know what I mean? Yes, you got to let them. You just got to let them. It is what it is. Okay, back to the video.
Convinced everyone, including themselves, that they are on the right side and that they've already done all the necessary work. And isn't this the perfect segue into our next section?
Let's go. Dean Withers.
Let's take everything with this.
I love Dean Withers slander, even though he's a kid. You know why? Because we got to nip it in the butt fast. Okay, I'm sorry to Dean Withers. I know you're a child and I get it. I empathize with your age. But also, right, isn't he like 19 or something? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. He is though, isn't he? Like 19. Habibi, with peace and love. You got it. And by the way, same with Hassan, Mr. I'm a whole 34 years old, never been to therapy, and I was still going to debate Charlie Kirk, like, ma'am, and doesn't listen to music. These men, Hassan gives performative liberal man. He is literally the book. And I don't even hate Hassan like that, but he is the book. He is the performative male. I don't know why we don't see it. I'm so confused why people don't see it. And I'm not even mad at him. Like, you do you, Habibi, but like, you're obviously the dude. You wrote the book on it. You know what I mean? Like, you wrote the book. I like how I wrote Hassan fashion and I still Hassan Piker. Like, he wrote the book on performative male. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. And by the way, just because he's handsome doesn't mean he's not performing, girls. And I'm like, I'm not even mad at you, okay? I'm not mad at you. But like, also, come on now. Come on. Does this man even know why he wears the clothes he wears? Okay. Well-rounded, thank you so much for the super chat, says, can a guy who truly is a nice guy, who actually respects women, become more misogynistic if women think they're lying? Or if someone thinks the guy's a wimp and can't protect them? Okay, I'm trying to figure out where you're at in your life. Like, I'm trying to figure out where you are on the journey. Okay. I am not a nice person. That isn't how, I mean, I'm a good person and I'm a kind person, but I'm not a nice girl. I'm a move within my ethics girly. But if somebody came to me and said, like, I'm a nice girl, what does that mean? I'm a nice guy. What does that mean? What do you think that means? I will be nice, but I don't like, well, being nice is a performance, right? Okay. So when you have these conversations and you say, like, I'm a nice guy, you're implying some sort of a performance with the niceness. Like, everyone should be nice to strangers because, like, the world needs to, like, function. So I am a nice person when it comes to strangers. But in my regular life, I'm a kind person and I'm reliable, but I'm not a nice girl. Like, niceness is a performance we use to make things better for people because we're not actually going to have a real conversation. We're not going to do the right... It's needed for socializing. It's less good as a personality trait. Does that make sense? I know it's hard to understand because you want to be a nice person, but niceness as a construct of the nice guy is a performance made to make sure nothing real ever happens. So when you say, can a guy truly who is a nice guy, there is no such thing as a truly nice guy who isn't also not being introspective. Because the guys who are like, oh, he's really a nice guy is kind of a stupid guy. He's a shallow thinker. Oh, he's such a nice guy. Yeah, because he never has serious conversations about anything. Because he never actually has to do anything. He's he's a nice guy. Yeah, you don't want to be the nice guy. You want to be the kind guy, the thoughtful guy, the wholesome guy. You want to be, niceness is a lack of responsibility, right? And so if you identify as a nice guy, you're kind of choosing to identify as somebody who isn't serious as an adult. Like, no grown-up adult is the nice guy. No serious leader, no serious father, if we're being binary about what a man is the nice guy. The nice guy is an indication. It's a category that most people read as like performative in a negative way. Okay? So I think what I would do for you is say, instead of thinking about being the nice guy, how do I become the ethical man? The man who lives within his virtue, the man who lives to tackle his vices, the man who lives within a value system that's the foundation for his morals, right? And if you are that guy, then if you are truly a guy who is deconstructing and you're kind and you're educated, then no amount of, hold on, what did you say here? If a woman thinks they're lying or if someone thinks the guy's a wimp and can't protect them, no amount of bullying will make you a bad man. If you are truly a kind man, and a thoughtful man and a good person, no amount of the world being evil will turn you into a misogynist. When we are products of our environment and we are shaped by that environment, we are not a nice person that was turned into this thing. We are just the thing. If you are a misogynist, you're just a misogynist. It doesn't matter how you got there. If you're a racist, you're just a racist. It doesn't matter how you got there. The question is, are you willing to get out of there? Are you willing to get out of racism? Are you willing to get out of misogyny? So the world doesn't make you a misogynist. You are a misogynist. The world influences you to be a misogynist. The world is a product of itself, but it's both of the responsibilities of the environment not to encourage misogyny and the role of the individual to not be a misogynist. When we say men are raised under patriarchy and therefore are like, they have to deconstruct their misogyny, we're saying, though it wasn't your fault you were raised in this environment, it is your responsibility to hold yourself accountable. Okay? So the reason I am deeply empathetic to children is because they are just given the roughest situation ever to not turn into misogynists. But the reason we give less of that compassion to adult men is because you're supposed to, at that point, have all of the resources to deconstruct, right? So we have to hold people accountable, but I hope that made sense. Let me know. Okay, thanks for the super chat. But, that's why I say you have to be a good person, even if the world isn't. You can't, you have to understand that you are a product of your environment. And so if you might, because of the environment you're in, it might turn you into a nasty person or a misogynistic or a racist person, you have to take on the responsibility of not becoming that person. Right? So no amount of rejection from a woman, no amount of men suck posts you see should ever turn you into a person who believes women are less than you because they're women. Okay? Right? It is very rare for a woman to truly be a misandrist. Like, there are misandrist women out there. They're very small groups. Like, they're very minuscule. Like, I almost never run into a real misandrist because they're usually TERFs, and I don't hang out with TERFs. They're very rare, but all those women need to go to therapy for how much they hate men. But all of the women here who are generally like, oh my God, these men, they're women who wish men would be better because they actually do value men. They just don't value the way men perform patriarchy because it's dangerous to them. But you think I don't want to hang out with my brothers? You think I don't want to hang out with my dad? Do you think I don't want to hang out with them? I do. I just can't hang out with them without it coming at the expense of my own sanity because they won't deconstruct. I don't care that they're men, but I often go, man, these fucking men. And what I'm trying to say is, man, these fucking men that won't deconstruct patriarchy and then wonder why I won't hang out with them. It's not that we don't like men or people who happen to be men. It's that what's the point of being with a man who won't deconstruct the patriarchy if it's going to come at the expense of your safety and sanity, right? I would never tell my brothers to date a misandrist, right? Like, I wouldn't tell you to date somebody who hates you simply because of the way you were born. But I would also say that we are products of our environment, and yet we have to do something about it. So I don't know if that helped you. Thanks for the super chat. I don't know if you commented after that. Let me see. Let me see. Well-Rounded is your name? Well-Rounded Leo? Yeah, I don't see a follow-up message. I mean, thanks for the super chat. But no matter what the world is doing, you should try to be a good person and think about your values. Okay? So if the world can bully you into being evil, like you're an anime character, get better. Be less bad, right? And I'm not saying you're not susceptible. I'm not saying the world can't feel like they're tempting us or forcing us. I'm just saying, don't give into it. Don't give into the temptation. Okay, going back to the video.
Discussed so far and bring it down to a real life, maybe even slightly crazy example. We'll see what you guys say. But to me, the moment I saw the entire situation of Dean Wither's reaction to Charlie Kirk's unaliving, my mind immediately went to the topic of performative males and to the whole history of women being suspicious and being betrayed by so-called woke men, progressive men. And Dean, I found, is an interesting case study for this video. Okay, I just want to quickly say two things. First, I know the word unaliving can be annoying, but I will need to keep using it here and there to avoid being demonetized. These aren't my rules, they're the rules of social media platforms, so sorry about that. Secondly, I've had this video ready for a while now, but I decided to wait a little bit. I didn't want to be accused of using Charlie's there it is, analyzing to drive engagement. And also, I personally didn't want to feel bad for like using someone's tragedy, regardless of my personal opinion of them. Hopefully enough time has passed now for us to talk about this with a calm mindset. Okay, for anyone who missed it, let me just provide some quick context. Dean Withers is a YouTube/TikTok.
Oh my God, Dean has 4 million followers. Jesus, if that's not a reflection of the world, what is? How does Dean have 4 million followers? Jesus, fuck, he's 21. If that is not a reflection of the world as it is, I don't even know what is. Holy shit.
Debater, known for branding himself as progressive and left-leaning.
So Dean is a guy who grew up conservative, then went liberal and like debates people on why Trump sucks, basically. He's always on TikTok Live, and he's basically like one of the debate bros.
You've probably seen him debating Trump supporters, MAGA guys. He debated Charlie Kirk himself, and a lot of the clips of his debates have gone super viral. So essentially, Dean publicly broke down crying on live stream over the death of Charlie Kirk. And again, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk was, well, he was a far-right political activist and the founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization that spreads right.
No. Chat says we prioritize white boy twinks far too much. Are you the person? Are you the person who makes using twink as a derogatory? He's not a twink. That's not what he is. He's a straight man. He's not even gay. Don't use twink for him. Wait, are you the person? Were you here the other day when we covered this? That girls are now calling boys twink as an insult? What are you doing? Is that what you're doing? Don't do that. He's not a twink. He's a boy. Did it just happen to am I crazy? Tell me, correct yourself. Because like, women weaponizing the word twink towards men is homophobic. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Okay? Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not use twink as an insult. I'm going to remove this comment, but you can stay. Okay? But like, don't call people twinks unless you're using it non-derogatory. Okay? And he's, okay.
Right-wing ideology on college campuses and online. The guy essentially built his brand on opposing abortion rights, LGBTQ+, gun regulation, and racial justice initiatives. He was very much against progressive movements because he considered them threats to American values.
Chat says, to be fair, straight people have been using that word for some time now to refer to all skinny white boys like that. Yeah, not in my chat though. Like, if you mean it derogatory, like if you mean it like insultingly, you can't use it in my chat that way. You can say like, oh, he's kind of like a twink, but he's not a twink. You could say like, oh, he's a bear, but like but like the context of this is insulting, right? You're trying to insult Dean. So then you're adding in twink, like you can't use it in my chat that way. Okay. Think about your language, but you know what I mean? Right. So just like, you know what I mean? Like you can use it and just say like, oh, like this guy's a bear, this guy's a twink. But like, if you're insulting someone and then you add in that word, it feels bad. You know, I'm just catching it now because we went over this. Apparently women are weaponizing against men they dated. Like, he's such a twink, and they're replacing it for the F slur. So just like, you know, let's watch our language. I'm not sure if it's a hard and fast rule in the community. I'm just trying to catch it before it gets big.
So given that context, you can probably already see why it was, well, at the very least surprising to see Dean literally bawling his eyes out over Kirk's. His audience immediately started calling him out, labeling him performative. Some tried to point out the obvious irony to Dean, that Kirk just reaped the consequences of the gun culture he so aggressively defended, which, did they lie? Others admitted that they were relieved he was gone because he actively promoted hate speech and pushed for policies that harmed real people.
Charlie Kirk is a victim to gun violence. His kids are a victim to gun violence. His wife is now a victim to gun violence. His wife and children were in attendance, dude. Imagine... You know
he had a wife and kids, right? It's like, this is crazy, man. There's no place for this, man. Come on, man.
And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Dean's reaction, which was...
Hold on, chat. You can't say gay men call guys like Dean a twink. It isn't inaccurate, whatever. Since when was the arbiter of correction gay men? You know what I mean, girls? All I'm saying is we covered, like, I'm just asking you to watch yourself. Don't get defensive. Ask yourself, why did I call Dean a twink? Why did I do that? Okay? That's all I'm saying. Why did you do it? Why are gay men doing it? Gay men might be categorizing him as like, oh, he'd be a twink if he was gay. That wouldn't be derogatory. But why did you do it? That's what I'm saying. Just ask. You said because he's a twink. I'm sorry. Can straight men be twinks now? Since when was this a thing? Twink is a queer word. Why are you giving it to him? Like straight men are not bears. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You know? No. Okay, in this queer bubble, you can say, like, if he was gay, he'd be, whatever. That says, do you not hang out with queer people? Look, I don't know what bubble you're in with peace and love. A reminder that I'm at work right now. Okay? You said a thing and I said a rule. If you don't like the rule, think about why I put down the rule. I just told you the other day, okay? It's okay if in your queer bubble you talk that way, but we're not in your queer bubble. You're at my job right now, right? Pause. We're not at your queer bubble with your friends. You're at my job right now, okay? So I need to keep my chat safe, okay? Okay? All right.
Immediately after I got the news, I too.
Discord said twink is being used more loosely on social media for context. Yeah, I don't, guys. So is every other word, right? I'm telling you why I deleted the message. That's it. Okay? I get it. A lot of things are being normalized. I don't know how it's cool being here in this space. That's all I'm saying. We're trying to be better with our language, right? You said, I think this policing is crazy. Just a reminder, you're at my job at work, okay? And I didn't like the context it was being used, and I wanted to set a reminder, okay? Again, whoever, right? I deleted the message. It doesn't matter. It doesn't exist anymore. But I'm telling you right now, okay? You're at my job and my work. We have to set a precedent for the space, okay?
Who went like, oh, like, why are you crying, man? And you know what? Let me just stop here and...
Look, Habibi, stop getting defensive in my chat. You're saying you assume the context. I don't know you, right? I don't know you. But it's my chat that's being represented. I don't know you. Your context doesn't matter because, okay, I don't like the sentence structure. If you want to rewrite it in a context that's safe, that's fine. But the way you rewrote it is not acceptable in my chat. That's all I'm saying, okay? Do not use twink in any way disparagingly in my chat. Okay, but it's okay. I don't know you. So remember, I'm not going for you. I saw a random group of words on my chat and I was concerned that I might signal to other people to use twink as an insult. And I just want to remind people we're not going to do that. And if you say to yourself, oh my God, I didn't mean that, just say, oh my God, Brittany, I didn't mean that. And be like, I'm glad you deleted the message. But now you're fighting for your life here when you don't have to. Just say, okay, thank you so much for telling me the rules based. But instead you're fighting with me. Don't fight with me. I set down the rules. Just accept it. You didn't mean to do it. That's okay. Right? It's all good. I'm not mad at you. I'm just, okay.
Clear the air. Like, unfortunately for me, I did accidentally see the footage of Kirk getting shot. Was it disturbing? Yeah, kind of, but like...
You said, no, I'm trying to explain the context. You asked for more info. Yeah, but you insulted me too, right? You said, do you not hang out with queer people? What the fuck? So yes, you were explaining it to me, but you're getting defensive. So you need to explain it to me without getting defensive because otherwise it sounds like you're fighting me. Okay? Right? Is that not your username? Am I crazy? I said, why did you use that? And you said, it's lighthearted, that's different, this thing. You're like arguing with me. Everything I said, you had something to say. You said because you insulted me? Habibi, I don't know you. I didn't insult you. I made a statement. I don't know you. Here's my concern. Here's why I'm setting this thing. You're arguing with me like I can see you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what your gender is. I don't know where you're oriented. I don't even know who you are. You're just words on a screen that I need to make sure I combat. I don't know you. Okay? Then I didn't insult you. You don't know me either. Okay, Habibi, with peace and love, girl, you got to go on a timeout. Okay, 30-minute timeout. Take a breather. 30-minute timeout. Take a breather. Okay, take a breather. Back to the video.
I've seen much worse in the past couple of years, even while kind of trying to avoid graphic content because I don't really handle it very well. And my immediate reaction was definitely shock and the irony, like how ironic that the guy who was so actively against any sort of gun regulation died by gun violence himself, like only in America. Now, did I feel sympathy? not really. Like, I wasn't celebrating either, but honestly, I felt pretty indifferent. I definitely wasn't sad or incredibly frustrated that this happened. I think the situation itself is objectively tragic, yes, but so are dozens of other stories of gun violence that come out of the States every single day. And I'm not from America. I've never even heard a gunshot in my life. And honestly, I hope it stays that way. Like, that's how it should be, by the way. So I don't really understand this clinging to the right to bear arms in the first place. Like, it's a completely foreign concept to me, okay? What's most shocking to me is how even after situations like this one, people still refuse to rethink their stance around gun laws. Anyways, I'm rambling. Like, TLDR, I wasn't really sad for Kirk, okay? I wasn't dancing around the room either, but this was a man who was perfectly okay with other people, like, literal children dying in the US and abroad because of the exact policies he supported. So why should I mourn his, you know? And honestly, I think my reaction, like that kind of indifferent but maybe slightly relieved middle ground, is probably the most common one. Sure, as always, there are people on the extremes, like some crying over him and literally comparing him to Jesus, and others loudly celebrating his themes, like some crying over him and literally comparing him to Jesus, and others loudly celebrating his death. But for most people, I would argue
the AI was so bad.
It was more like a shrug, like maybe with a touch of irony or relief, you know? And even though I thought Dean crying so intensely over Kirk was weird, well, I'm not here to police people's feelings, right? He's free to react however he reacts. Plus, I do get that part of his response came from the fact that Dean and Kirk were kind of peers. Even if they were on opposite sides, they were both publicly political, both part of the same ecosystem. I mean, Dean debated Kirk face to face. He sat across from him in the same room. So I can understand how that makes the situation feel more immediate and shocking and emotionally complex. Things like this probably force you to confront your...
It was kind of crazy how the video of Kirk was like everywhere and then it just disappeared. It was crazy to see though. Like, it still burned into my head. Like it was, you probably shouldn't watch it. But I think like it's important to also watch the reality of gun violence, because, you know, you hear there's a shooting on the news and you don't think about it. But it really is horrible that people go through this. People who aren't Charlie Kirk, children. Oh, there's a new documentary coming out about the parents whose children have died from gun violence and how they haven't had the heart to change the bedroom yet, which I think a part of the grieving process is eventually moving on, of course. But I understand it's hard. So like some of these rooms are like the way the kid left them. And it's such a devastating image to realize like these are real families. That's why what's his name did about Sandy Hook was so devastating. Alex Jones, like, it's so devastating that he had the audacity to say they were paid actors. Like, how evil is that, bro? How philosophically evil is that? That's so beyond cruel to sit here and say like, oh, your children who died were paid actors. Ugh.
Own mortality in some ways, and that fear, I think, is the normal human emotion and reaction. So me personally, I wouldn't have had an issue with Dean if it stopped at him crying. But the problem is he then went online condemning women, queer folks, and people of color who were indifferent or relieved that Kirk was dead. The very same people, mind you, who were most harmed and affected by Kirk's rhetoric.
And honestly, if you answered yes to any of those questions, there's a very clear line drawn between me and you. I don't want your support, and I don't support you either.
And he was telling them off, positioning himself above them, saying he was somehow better because he felt sad and had empathy for Kirk and his family. And at that point, I was like, no man, I cannot give you the benefit of the doubt anymore. And I think a lot of people felt the same way, especially his own supporters who were really disappointed in this kind of behavior. Because it's truly wild how he always talks about being progressive and debates people so fiercely. But when it came down to it, he really didn't even seem to grasp how his comments were so full of privilege.
And you know, Dean, it really pains me to be the one to bust your fucking bubble, but you've never cried for children that have died of genocide. You've never cried for children that have died in school shootings.
I'm sorry. I was thinking when she was talking, I was like, oh, she's so cute. And I was like, look at her cute butt nose and her cute, like, she looks so adorable. And then she was just like...
Cried. And you know, Dean, it really pains me to be the one to bust your fucking bubble, but... You've never cried for children that have died of genocide. You've never cried for children that have died in school shootings. You've never cried for people that were gunned down innocently by the hands of crooked police officers. So that's crazy.
You know who she looks like? She looks like, what's her name? The other girl who also looks adorable. And then she talks and you're like, Jane, Becoming Jane. Who is this? I used to love her on HE Double Hockey Sticks. What's her name? Oh my God. What is wrong with my brain? You know who I'm talking about. One day, I'm not going to have brain fog. Okay, you know who I'm talking about. HE Double Hockey Sticks, Becoming Jane.
Crazy. You can cry for a man that pushed that amount of hate, but you're supposed to be progressive. Funny, but not funny, haha.
And I think it's because at the end of the day, Din is still a man. I know. 'Cause you're just a man. It's just what you do. A man who could afford to treat Kirk's life as tragic, as worthy of mourning, because Kirk's politics never actually threatened him. I hate to go there, but let's be honest. As a straight white man, he will never feel the consequences of Kirk's war against abortion rights, or queer rights, or his open racism.
Dean is like astronomically privileged, right? And there is not an active law against Dean right now, right? Because he's a white man. So there's not a single law against his body and what he can do with his reproductive organ, right? But there is about ours. And Charlie Kirk was very vocal about what women should do with their bodies, what little girls should do with their bodies if they so happen to be assaulted.
While for Dean, Kirk might have been just a political opponent, and this whole thing might have been a game and a paycheck, for many people, Kirk was someone whose rhetoric actively translated into daily harm.
I need you all to realize that debate will never save us, and the reason you have all of these left debate bros crying over Charlie Kirk dying is because they were actually buddy-buddy, and everything was actually just a game to them. This demonic rhetoric that actually causes harm to people of color, to minorities, to actual people, real, genuine violence and harm that is enacted.
Listen to me when I say that Dean Withers is making money. That boy is making money. I saw a video. I started to watch it, and I thought, oh, maybe we should watch it. It was about the Manosphere coming to a close, and it was about the realization that a lot of these boys are doing it because it makes a lot of fucking money. A lot of money. Girl, sometimes I think about how much money I could be making. I do. I think about it. Because you don't even have to be like, you don't even have to be that good. You just have to like, you could just, you know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. They're making so much money.
Through rhetoric that these people would create and spew all over the world. And then the left guys would come in and believe that they're saving the world, doing justice. But in reality, it was all just a fucking game to them. That's why they're crying, because he's gone. Because it was all.
We talked about Alex O'Connor yesterday, and Joe talked about this from Unsolicited Advice. They said, like, look, debate is a performance. And at the end of the day, like, it's not really going to be the answer, basically. It's just a performance, and it's fun, and it's great. But it's not like... That's actually, we just watched FD Signifier talk about this, you know, that quote from the comedian who said like, no, I'm going to botch it now, but basically, you know, like liberation is going to be in your movies. Like, it's not going to, you know, it's great art. It moves us, but it's not going to be actually in the art we create. It's going to be in the action we take, basically. And that's the problem, is like, they feel like debate is the action they're taking. Look, even the work I do here, you must know this, right? We are not going to save the world through philosophy. We were never going to save the world. I'm not here to save the world. I think you can make a difference in the world, but I think you're not going to like, this channel here, first of all, it certainly isn't big enough, but this channel here isn't what's going to do it. You individually are going to go into your communities, and your communities collectively will make change, right? But realistically, like, I, the YouTuber, I'm going to do less for the world than you are. I think audiences do more for the world than content creators, because we're one person, but you are the many, right? But I think what's important here is that I encourage my audience to do the right thing, which is why content creators can be so dangerous, because they can encourage their viewers to do the wrong thing, right? But ultimately, like, we're just the mirror, and you are the doers. And yes, we do our own thing in our own life. And by the way, when I get off the internet, when I get off my job, I'm also now an audience member watching a YouTuber, and I'm going to go do something in my community. That's the thing I think happens with these boys, though. I think when the boys get off the internet, they forget to be an audience member. So then they forget to be like in the collective, and then they forget to do something. You know what I mean? Like, not every form of protest or political action I take, I have to tell the internet. I tell the internet as to cause influence, but there are a lot of things happening in like Croatia or local stuff that like has nothing to do with the internet or might dox me. So like, I handle it in private, right? But like, that's the thing that we have to understand, is like, when you get off work, your community is different than your work community, though they can be connected, you know? Yeah, like when I turn off my computer, I like go to my real life. And yes, the real life involves the internet, but it does feel very different. just like when you get home from work, your like actual life is happening, you know? Yeah. Chess says, honestly, you've helped me change quite a lot with your videos. I'm like a minute behind. LOL, but I was talking about it in therapy about how this channel has helped me with self-awareness and taking action. Hey, I love that. I think that's beautiful. Like, I really do think that's just so beautiful. And if I hope that's always how people feel. And if they don't, then I got to do something different with my work. Because that's what I'm looking for in other people too. Like, hey, have you figured something out? What can we share with the people in our lives? Like, I don't want to watch content that always makes me angry. I want to watch content that helps me learn something about myself, you know? And I think, like, I hope my content always does that for people, which is why I can't be a debate bro. Because if I become a debate bro, then I don't know, it's not going to help people. But man, it pays.
All a fucking game. Debate was never about actually understanding and convincing people. It was about clip farming, making money, and getting famous on the fucking internet.
Don't celebrate what happened to Charlie Kirk. Charlie made me rich.
Yeah, we got to talk about that actually. It is about being famous. It is about being well known. It is. A lot of these boys are just in competition with each other about who can be more popular and famous. Never forget it.
No one knew who I was until I debated Charlie Kirk, okay? Yes, he said hateful things, but he's allowed to because those are his political platforms. He's allowed to have different opinions because hate is a political platform right now. Look, Charlie and I are both performers. How is a show supposed to go on if I lost my right-hand man? Anyone who's not crying for Charlie right now is a monster.
Hey, Dean, why don't you cry for all those kids that suffer the same fate from gun violence as Charlie? Literally, another one happened at the same time in Colorado.
It would be so different if Charlie, okay, I feel, because I cry about everyone. Like, right, we cry all the time. Okay, I cried this morning reviewing my video for members on Gabby. Like, I'm a crier. If Dean was always a crier, but he's not. So what happened was what happened to Ethan, because Ethan's not, you know, here's what it is. When it hits home and it feels like it could happen to them, then they cry. I cry for people's pain that will never happen to me. And that's usually when people cut it off. And I'm not saying I'm better than you because that's my biological, like, personal experience with how I process pain is I do cry for people. But Dean was like, this could happen to me. Ethan was like, this could happen to me. It happens to others every day. Like, it's not about the fact that that's what I'm saying. They say a lot of men only think about other people when it impacts them personally, but that's taught into you. That is, I think that's how people are taught to think about people's pain instead of really thinking about people's pain. You know what I mean? And I know as an autistic person, the way we usually relate to people is thinking about it through our own lens, but that is different than what these boys are doing. Right? Ethan cried for Kirk. Yeah, didn't we watch that video? Hold on. TikTok will tell me. TikTok has all the deets. Okay, let's see. La 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 la
But I hope people take this seriously. But I hope people take this seriously. I wouldn't recommend watching the video, but for me, it it's terrifying.
I feel like it's such a terrifying moment for everybody, and to understand this is what we've come to, and I can't help but think about the poor wife, you know.
Okay, for the record, the family was not present. So originally, the news published an article saying Charlie Kirk's family was there, but then they had to take it back and say, "Oops, our bad." They were not there. I thought his kids were there, and that was devastating. His family was not there. His kids were not there. The original person who published that story had to take it back, but nobody ran with that story. So then everybody ran with the initial publication, but none of it was real. Guys, just because it's in the newspaper doesn't mean it's real. Okay? Just because it's in an article on the internet doesn't mean it happened. Journalism is in the fucking toilet right now. It's in the absolute fucking toilet because I also believed his family was there. And then when I found out they weren't, I was like, you, that so pisses me off. Anyways, the whole point is like other families were there. Other children were there. And that's just as devastating. Look, I felt devastated knowing that his kids exist, period. Right? His kids exist, period. Right? That's sad. I'm devastated for the people who were around who had to witness it. But just for the record, that misinformation, people used to weaponize it even more. You're so fucked up. His kids saw him die. His kids did not see him die. But other kids did. Other people's kids did.
Colorado, I don't see tears for them.
Because those kids don't make me money. How can I get fortune and fame off of a fourth grader? I can't debate these Make-A-Wish kids, okay?
Let me speak for myself here. Like, you do see how I look, right? Like, also, I'm a woman living outside of the US, like as far removed from the situation as you could possibly get. But I still believe like words matter. And when someone like Kirk pushes a certain idea in this.
P.S. guys, if you are a chatter who left me a comment the other day about moon cups, which is the period cups, I accidentally blocked you because I thought I was blocking haters because I've been getting swarmed and brigaded, but I accidentally muted you and I'm so sorry and you are officially blocked, but I did not mean to block you. And if you are a patron, please DM me and I will try to unblock you. But also YouTube has a horrible blocking system, which means it makes it very hard for me to look at who I blocked and it's very fucking annoying, but I'm so sorry. So if you're listening to the stream and that was you, I am so sorry. Okay? Okay, I am so sorry. If you are the Moon Cup person, thank you so much for that suggestion. I'm so sorry I can't remember your username. Please DM me on Patreon. Thank you.
States, it crosses the ocean. Like it should.
And yes, you can join Patreon for free. Don't pay me. Just join Patreon and DM me. You can join Patreon for free.
Does. And we've seen that happen time and time again. It ignites certain types of people, certain types of men, who then carry that ideology into their own communities. And that affects women and minorities everywhere, not just in America. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, this is why I think that Din's reaction to Charlie Kirk's death illustrates why so many women are wary of performative men. To be fair, this also of course shows why POC and queer communities are wary of straight white people in general, because they will never understand the struggle. But for the sake of this video, we're focusing on the harm performative men do to women, whether consciously or unconsciously. On the surface, he performs allyship, he brands himself as progressive, as sensitive, as on the right side. Much like the performative male who reads feminist theory in public, Din cultivates this passionate image of care and solidarity. But when it comes down to it, the mask slips, the facade crumbles. I mean, we have seen how Din's sympathy defaulted to Kirk, a white conservative man who actively spread harm toward women and minorities. And to me, that kind of revealed where his deepest identification still lies. Not with the marginalized, but with someone who looks just like him. And that's the conditioning baked into our culture as well. White male suffering is framed as tragic and heroic and deeply human, while the suffering of the rest is reduced to numbers, statistics, or politics. And even the most progressive, sensitive men unconsciously fall back into centering white male humanity as the most deserving of compassion, the most deserving of tears. And for women, it only rings familiar. It mirrors the experience of dating the woke guy who—
when you're dating a guy and he says, you know, I really think men have it so hard in this country and probably harder than anyone thinks. You know, when you're dating a guy and he goes, honestly, like, I'm kind of sick of hearing people talk so much shit on white guys. When you're dating a guy and he says, honestly, bro, I get it. Like, trans people are people and everything, but maybe we should talk about sports. When they say, like, yeah, dude, like, I hate Trump, honestly, but he's kind of so funny. I kind of like Aiden too. When you're dating a guy and he's like, yeah, dude, like, I'm like so like for abortion, but I think like men should definitely have a say in it too. What do you mean by that? Tell me more. Like, what do you mean by that? Because I'm not saying that in a loving relationship, your partner does not have a say in like an abortion. But what do you mean by that when you say it? Or like, yeah, girls who like if I get married, I'm never letting my wife divorce me. What do you mean by that? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean when you say that? You know?
Casually quotes all about love, only to find that in private, he still expects emotional labor and dismisses misogyny as secondary. That's it. I rest my case. Like, I feel like Din is like the political—
like, I would never marry a man who was like, I'm a male feminist. Ooh, no. No, but I used to think that was good. When I was a liberal, I used to be like, oh yeah, male feminist. No. No. And if you're not there on your journey, you won't know. But any man who identifies as a male feminist, No, 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 no. And again, how people identify is important. Oh, going back to the conversation at the beginning of the stream, why do all these labels matter? Because it tells you, where'd you learn that? Who taught you to talk like that? What bubble are you in? What have you read? Why did you choose that as your label? You know?
Version of the performative male. The thing about performance though is that it can disappear in an instant the moment real stakes show up, which is pretty much what happened here. I don't know, let me know what you think. This is just my perception of the situation. I certainly don't claim to be the most well-versed in American politics or anything. And surely Dean is not the only one who came out of the woodwork to condemn and tell off people celebrating.
No, literally, Leighton Chronicles, so unsubscribed from them. I cannot believe the way he was like, people making fun of Charlie Kirk's death is ridiculous. Girl, get off the internet. And then Authentic Observer, I can't believe you wasted your breath for Charlie fucking Kirk. Girl, this feminist women, white feminist women who make all this content talking about patriarchy, and then the moment Charlie Kirk dies, crying male tears for him. I can't believe she did that. I am so shocked she did that. I haven't even talked about it really. I'm not that shocked, to be honest. I always felt like she was kind of liberal, but also I cannot believe she did that. I cannot believe you spent just girl, deconstruct your internalized misogyny. I can't, this whole girl who built a huge platform on talking about men and how they suck, attacked people for not being sad about Charlie Kirk. Ma'am. Unsubbed, girl. What?
Kirk's death. Number of people I unsubscribed from, even here on YouTube. Man, don't even get me started. Anyways, like I said, let's not even go there. Let me know what you think about this specific situation, okay? Final thoughts. Even though performative male trends started from genuine critique and concern, I think the whole thing has now sadly turned into aesthetics being punished more severely than actual misogyny. If you notice, real discussions of women's experiences and how men mistreat them never become as big or as viral as the memes and performative male competitions. And certainly other men don't chime in as much either. And I think this really illustrates that as a society, we can easily turn a blind eye to men harming women, but we can never turn a blind eye to men stepping away from traditional masculinity. Essentially, any deviation from patriarchal norms gets punished the hardest. A man who cheats, gaslights, or mistreats his partner rarely becomes a meme or a collective talking point, especially for such a long time. But a man who reads normal people in public or gushes about Lana Del Rey, well, he's instantly laughable. Society can tolerate men exploiting women behind closed doors, but it cannot tolerate men openly breaking the codes of masculinity. And even if it's only pretending to care about feminism, the very act—
The worst is, like, I'll see guys on TikTok who have earrings and, like, very cute, like, mascara, and I'm like, ooh, and they talk, and I'm like, ooh. So I do it too. I judge a book by its cover. I think, ooh, and then I'm like, You look away, and I want to believe your thoughts or reflection of that, because you wouldn't be able to dress like that without these people. But see how you're benefiting from the privilege of the people who came before you to fight for your ability to wear earrings in that particular fashion statement, in that particular way, and then you throw them under the bus?
Of seeking validation from women instead of men shifts the hierarchy, and for that, performative male gets mocked, policed, and turned into a punchline. What's even more ironic is that women themselves are often the ones driving this discourse. Like the book community, for example, which is predominantly female, has been one of the loudest spaces critiquing the performative male. And it's no coincidence that many of the most popular genres in those spaces, like romanticism, for example, constantly reinforce traditional gender roles. The heroes of those books are usually the same archetype, the brooding, morally gray, possessive man. So when a real-life man enters those spaces with a different kind of masculinity, he doesn't necessarily fit the fantasy. Instead, he clashes with—
Oh my God, you know this reminds me of? Do you remember the motorcycle bubble that we did not deep dive into because I got overwhelmed with how many characters were in it? But there is a part of TikTok that is a motorcycle bubble, and they all ride bikes, and all the boys are like these like kind of femmy, but not femmy kind of boys, and their bicycles, not bicycles, bikes, vroom, and they're like very toxic, and the girls are like, oh my God, he's so hot, and they kind of look like this book cover, and I'm just like, what is happening over here? What's going on? Or can we just talk about Corpse's Bride? No, Corpse's husband, and how Corpse's husband was also sort of objectified into this like fantasy trope of like a certain kind of girl who likes a certain kind of boy, and then when they found out he doesn't live up to that trope, duh, You know what I mean? They're like, oh my God, what? He's not what I thought he was. You guys objectify people to such an extent. It's ridiculous. Like, it's so weird. Okay. But yeah, the motorcycle bad boy old trope. It is okay. It is Discord. You said, isn't the motorcycle bad boy an old trope? It is, but these aren't like masculine, like husky men. What you might call, here's a good context, sort of like the bear aesthetic of a man. See what I did there, kids? That wouldn't be that. That's like one, you know, the Harley rider, the guy with kind of a beer gut, but leather vest, but kind of daddy. Okay, no. These are the guys who are like slim. They're not on Harleys. They're on street bikes. You know, they're like cool guys. And yes, that is one of the tropes, but this is for the soft girl, the manic pixie girl, the goth girly, the girly who's like, I want a daddy who's a boy, you know, not a daddy who's a man, you know, but also I want to pretend he's a man, but he's 22. The way we used to call our 22-year-old boyfriend's daddy, you're not a daddy. What? You know what I mean? Calling your 22-year-old boyfriend daddy, girl. I mean, I've been there, but ma'am. Hilarious. Oh, chat says you should probably not use the term like bear if you say chatter shouldn't. Okay, I'm going to block you because you're not ready. You're not advanced enough for this class, okay? Back to Philosophy 101. You can come back. Did I say you can't use bear or twink in my chat? Did I say that, chat? Did I say that? Did I say you can't use twink in chat? Did I say that? No, I did not say that. I said the context matters. I did not say you can't say it, okay? So you can go back and restudy classes, come back from summer school, and then you can come back to class, okay?
The tropes baked into those books, and because of that he gets judged and accused of pretending. As you can see, even female-dominated cultural spaces can end up reproducing the same patriarchal ideas that they claim to resist. Another thing I wanted to mention, if the performative male discourse stays only at the level of memes, it risks trivializing feminism altogether. It risks reducing it to a joke, or worse, turning it into just another tool men can use to gain attention or sexual access.
We want these men to be reading these books, we really do, so you can't just call any man who reads a feminist literature book performative, just feeding into the stereotype that men can't consume content written by women and for women. Calling any man who reads feminist literature performative is just feeding into the patriarchal stereotype that men cannot consume intellectual content about women. You're discouraging men from reading these books. To me, it almost feels like people are saying that anybody who consumes feminist literature isn't a real man, is a performative man. Criticizing any man who reads feminist literature is not productive. It's not.
Plus, now men who genuinely want to engage with feminist ideas risk not being taken seriously by women and by other men and get written off as performative. And now that they're aware of how they're being perceived, I wonder if they start performing to avoid looking like a performative male, which would just end up being this unproductive.
Wait, my YouTube chat and my Discord are talking about this guy who makes their audience bark for him and call him daddy. That's so gross. What? Have you seen the artist Somber has been getting his teenage audience to call him daddy during his concerts with their parents present and bark for him? What? What are we talking about? Guys, do you really need me to like re-explain again when to use certain words? Are people genuinely confused? Because I feel like I explained it really well. Maybe you should go back and watch that section again. You can use a word if it's a proper category in terms of a description. You cannot use a word as an insult. You cannot use a word as like something like negative that usually is a word used negative to like, you can't use a word for a minority that's usually used as an insult to then insult somebody who's not a minority or in this context. Like words mean things in context. I didn't say that. I didn't even ban this commenter, by the way. I didn't even ban them. I just put them on timeout because they were arguing with me. Don't argue with me. Listen to me. You're in my place of work. Listen to me. Understand the rules. This is not your time to debate me. It is your time to ask questions, but understand that I have absolutely thought about why I am making people question what they're talking about and how they're talking because I'm doing it for myself. Okay? So don't argue with me, but ask me questions if you have it. But but you're not a child and I'm not your mother. So don't put me in that position to lecture you. Okay? Just okay, thank you.
Vicious cycle.
Guys, it's not performative if you're actually doing it. You know, like if you're only reading your feminist literature in public in front of women, yeah, that's performative. But if you like also read it at home and you really internalize the message and try to become a better feminist every day, and then you also go to a coffee shop sometimes and that happens to be the book you're working on, that's not performative.
I don't like this guy. I blocked him on Twitter or TikTok, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't like this guy. Yeah. I see him on my I see him on my TikTok a lot, and I'm like, no. This guy, he's not ready for the big leagues. This is a liberal right here.
It's just reading.
Not to mention that there are now a whole separate category of men making fun of performative men, trying to mock them because they think it will earn them points with women or something, and it's all just become very absurd.
Sorry, no, I was just getting lost in my book. I don't know if you saw me reading. I couldn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Anyways, let me know what you think. I know this video has been very, very chaotic, but thank you for watching. And if you enjoyed it, please also drop a like.
We did enjoy it, girl. I'm gonna link it in my chat. I'm gonna link it in my chat. Okay, let's see. So first I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna subscribe. Okay. Let me get you guys a link. Is this the right link? I think this. Get you. Let me make sure. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir, are you a performative man? No. Yeah, what are you listening?
Excuse me, sir, are you a performative man? Wait, I did see this really funny TikTok. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Performative. Is it this guy?
What is a performative male?
You.
Type shit. Right now, all of this.
You can't.
I think I watched this video like 4 times.
What is a performative male?
You.
Type shit. Right now, all of this.
You can't diss her. What is?
Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. I just love, oh man. I kind of like, she just literally went this. She was like, you know, I think that's what we need. We need to, I think it'd be nice if we could have conversations with people. Be like, hey, I really like you. You seem cool. What's this about? What is this? Why is this the decision we made today? What made you pick this shirt today? You know, what made you pick this haircut today? What made you pick this whole thing today? What's this about? You know? And then we can deconstruct. Why did I pick this out? Oh my God, wait, I need to show you this. Wait, I gotta show you this. Hold on. I gotta show you this. Oh my God. Hold on. Was this on Instagram or hold on? I've been saving things on Instagram. Let me go back to Instagram. Instagram. Hold on. Let me see. How do you look for things on Instagram? Your activity saved. Okay, saved posts. Hold on, I got this. Hold on, I got this. Can I do this? No. Okay, so I have to do this. Can I do this? Okay. So first, okay, this post, and then okay, this video first, and then this video. Okay, so here's this video.
You would change about yourself, your red flag.
Calves. Wait, that's not that.
What did you just say? What did you just say?
I'm thinking about my calves. Shit. Why is that the first thing I thought of?
What is something you would change about yourself, your red?
My voice said calves. And then wait, the best part is like, wait, why did I say that? Discord, or not Discord, but the chat on this Instagram post was like, honestly, we love an introspective king. I can't tell if that's a green flag or a red flag. A part of me thinks it's a green flag. The first thing he thought about is calves, because if you know the struggle, you know the struggle. And then I think the second part of it was like, wait, why did I just think that? See, that's him. That's him, like, realizing, like, wait, why did I think that? Honestly, I get it, though. That's the best gym joke. That's just a gym bubble, bro, that I love. I just think that's so funny. That's so funny. Look, I come from the calf bubble. I can tell you how many times my dad's like, pretty, pretty. And I was like, what? He's like, look at my calves. My brothers, wait, look, calves. My bestie, who's a ballet dancer, they're like, look at her calves. We talk a lot about calves. My family, my friends, calves are just a conversation people have. But I love that he's like, wait, why was that the first thing I thought of? That's a great question. Let's talk about it. You know, I love that. Okay, now, this video made me laugh.
Men will watch a movie that's a tragic story, like Into the Wild or Wolf of Wall Street. And it's a tragic tale.
Yeah, it's like a cautionary
yes,
tale.
Of a guy that loses everything and dies in the case of Into the Wild, or a guy that loses everything and goes to prison and his family's ruined, his kids don't talk to him, his two wives leave him, right? And we're like, that's who I want to be.
Dude, that guy fucking rocks.
He's so sick. I want to be that guy. Lately, it's
Okay, can I just tell you though? I used to be that guy.
been like American Psycho. People are like, yeah, that guy's badass. And it's like, he eats women. Well,
Okay, I used to be that boy. Not literally, but kind of, yeah. Like, I would watch these movies and I would be like, hear me out though. Hear me out. And I think a big part of it is like when you're so ostracized from communities that you were raised in, you can't figure out, are they bad guys or are they just not getting along with their parents? Are they bad guys or are they just like, I think like Fight Club too. It's like, it's not literal though. I think boys are too literal. They're fucking crazy. But like girls or autistic people will watch these movies and say like, yeah, is this how I'm supposed to figure out my life? Because are they just misunderstood and ostracized? Or because I know what it's like to be in my bubble and be like, people don't get you. So then you're like, okay, is this how I am supposed to be? But I will say like, that's why you have to be introspective. Like, am I going to read Rand and like redo my whole personality? Am I going to watch Dr. House and redo my whole personality? Am I going to watch Dexter and be like, you guys just don't understand me? I'm actually like a really good guy. You guys just don't like get it. I'm actually like super interesting. Chad says Not Into the Wild is a big red flag book. You know what? I love Into the Wild. I love the book. I love the movie. I love the story. I think because I've done solo road trips too, and I've done stuff like that before. But I think the difference is like I did it with my community and I did it with a lot of preparedness. Like Into the Wild, he like burns his money and like gives up and his car gets abandoned. But and he did it at a time without cell phones or anything. The book is, obviously because he's old. It's based on a true story, but he's, it was like in the 80s or whatever, 90s or whatever. 80s? Either way, he did everything wrong. That's why he died. If he in any way put any thought into his adventure, he'd be alive today. That's why romanticizing his story is funny, because he just did everything fucking wrong. Everything he did was avoidable. Habibi, like, I think that's what's so painful. Chess said I only read the book. There's a movie. There is a movie. And I really liked the movie. I thought the movie was really well done, honestly. I really liked the cast. I really liked the movie. I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I really liked it. I talk about this in my Gabby Petito edit for today. I'm going to get it up tomorrow at the latest. But I was thinking about that where like in Gabby's story, she goes missing for 10 days before her family thinks something is really wrong. When I was on my road trips, if I didn't contact someone every single day or give them warning I had no reception, there was a red flag and they were going to send out a beacon. My family also had me tracked. Like they were tracking my location 24/7. Okay. But I had a rule with my family on my road trips that if I didn't contact you every single day, something was wrong. And the only time I wouldn't contact them every single day is if I told them I'm going into a national forest for 3 days. 3 days. I will not have reception. If on the 4th day, when I come out of that forest, I do not message you, you should start paying attention to where I was. And so like, I just like, I'm not blaming her parents, of course. I'm so sad for her parents. But as I'm watching this documentary and I'm like, 10 days? Like they were messaging her and they're like, hey, I'm worried. Are you okay? And they kept just thinking, oh, she has no reception. Not for no 10 days. 10 days? Anyways, it just killed me. I cried so hard this morning watching these parents like not even realize. And I think I'm so lucky that my parents assume we're dead. Story time, just so you understand how paranoid my parents are, but somehow it's reassuring. My little brother, he rock climbs. He does rock climbing at a gym. My little brother disappears for like 6 hours. And I'm like, where the fuck is he? And everyone is like scrambling around the house. Like, where the fuck is he? And we're texting him. We're like, hey, answer the phone. We're worried. This isn't funny. 6 hours is crazy because we knew he left work. He said, hey, I'm leaving work. I'll be home soon. 6 hours goes by. We don't hear from him. We're like, okay, call the state police. What's happening? We're like freaking out. We're all running around. Like, where is he? Nobody has his location. Everyone's like, what the fuck? And then we all start to scramble. We're like, okay, let's head to the gym. Maybe he's at the gym. Let's head there. Let's go find him. Because like 6 hours is enough time for somebody to die. Like, what if his car got stuck and it was flooding? What if he was drowning in a river and he just needed something? You know what I'm saying? So we're that family that's like, where is he? Where is he? And then we're just like, you know, Liam Neeson Taken style. And look, we found him. He was at the rock climbing gym. He's like, you guys are crazy, bro. It was fine. I was like, no, you're crazy. Don't ever do that to me again. Because like, I hear these horror stories all the time that was like, man, I was in a bad place and I really needed somebody. And if they just looked at their phone, if they just did this, like, you know what I mean? So anyways, even on stream, what's my rule on stream? If I'm gone for 3 days and nobody hears from me, you guys should just assume I'm dead. You should literally just assume I have passed on. That I am a dead girly. Okay? Like, you should just assume I'm a dead girly. Because, like, in what world is Brittany not going to respond to somebody in 3 days on the internet for her job? Like, in what world am I not? Because I'm here with you guys 6 days. 6 days a week I'm working. For 6 days out of the week, strangers know where I am. No offense. My viewers know where I am. You either see me on the Discord, you see me at work, here. If I didn't come to stream for 3 days and I didn't post in the Discord, would you not think something was wrong? How crazy would that be? Okay? Just, it would be crazy. Habibi, 10 days. 10 days. And oh God, this story. Poor Gabby. It's not like her parents could have saved her, right? That's not the point. But poor Gabby. 10 days. Okay, let's watch a happier video.
Trust fall.
Never trust in men. Trust in the Lord. We'll see you at St. Mary Coptic Orthodox Church. Love you all.
Okay? Okay? Okay. Okay. You know, Chet says the police failed Gabby. Society failed Gabby. Society failed Gabby for not dumping a man who hit her. Society failed Gabby for making her feel bad that she felt crazy. Society failed Gabby for being in the position. Everybody failed Gabby. Everything failed Gabby. Just everything went wrong. Like, I think it's really difficult to convince, look at me and my own friendships. My own friends are dating men that I'm like, girl, honestly, you know, and I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. I'm not saying these men will kill them, but like, will these men care about their safety? No. Will these men prioritize these women? No. Will these men absolutely risk their life in some capacity for their own selfish gain? Absolutely. And I've told them all of this. But at the end of the day, you know, and you guys can watch my review. I did it for members. By the edit and by the review, I really do think the cops only did what they could and it wasn't enough because, again, Gabby's been trained by patriarchy and by society. Brian's been trained to say nothing was wrong, to not tell the cops. The cops knew. The cops said, statistically, bro, she's not the aggressor. But if she goes back to him, they can't do anything about it, right? What do you want the cops to do? You don't want to give the cops the power to kidnap Gabby, right? No, the cops did not side with the male abuser. In my opinion, you guys should watch my review of this. I felt like the cops did not side with her or him. I felt like they obviously knew she was the victim. Interesting. I read that differently. I read that they were playing nice with him because they knew he was the aggressor, but they couldn't do anything about it because they both said she hit first. But the cop literally said, like, there's no way she's gonna hurt him. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys should check it out. But when I saw it, the cop even says, like, there's no way she's gonna domestic abuse him, but she can't get away from him. And they literally said, like, she's gonna go back to him. We have to separate them. So let's play, like, they basically played nice, right? And they put him in a hotel, but they told her, like, don't talk to him, okay? And she was like, okay, right? But they couldn't do anything about it. Yes, the eyewitness did say they saw him hitting her, but she said, I started it. And the moment she said that and he agreed, the cops are like, okay, so you're saying you hit him. And Gabby goes, I hit him first. And so the cops kind of have their hands tied, right? Because it makes no sense for them to be in recording where they can't hear and for them to say, like, there's no way she's the abuser. But they can't do anything about it, right? Because the cop literally said she's 110 pounds. Like, she is not going to, it's not her. Right? But they can't do anything if she already admitted it and she's taking full responsibility. And they even gave her chances to, like, take it back and she wouldn't do it because she's been trained to protect the man. Patriarchy trained her to take, you know what I mean? Chat says, I wouldn't say they have their, listen, I'm not trying to be pro-cop here, guys. Pause. I'm not trying to be pro-cop. I'm trying to say that if we can't get our friends to get out of domestic abuse relationships, then, like, it's not just the police who are failing, it's all of us. The mother couldn't do anything about it. She didn't know what had happened to Gabby happened, but she also said, like, please come home. But what do you want the cops to do? That's what I'm saying. What do you want her parents to do? What do you want us to do as friends? What do you want us to do except kidnap our loved ones? Do you want us to do that? Like, do you want us to, like, kidnap? Like, we can't do that. This is why I'm saying be ready to go to people's funerals. And that's what's so devastating about the world. And by the way, Gabby is not at fault, right? Gabby is not at fault. So again, you know, Chet says, I want the cops to arrest him. Yeah, but they don't know they can't just arrest him, right? Because what if he was a domestic abuse victim, right? Pause. What if she really did start the fight and she hit him first? What if she, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the cop even said if she goes back to him statistically, like, they do murder their victims. He's like, we don't know what to do, right? So, like, it's a really weird place to be in as a human. And they tried their best to separate them. But then it's like, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? It sucks. I tell you this as a person, I would hate to have that job, but fuck the police. But also, I'd hate to have that job because I have that job now as a sister. How many times do I call people and say, please break up with this person, dude? Break up with this person. And they can't. You know? They can't. Chet says, I thought maybe because they had an eyewitness that would help him arrest him. I don't know. It doesn't, I don't know if it can work that way, right? Right? I don't know if they can work that way. And look, fuck the police. They're not perfect. But I think what I want people to understand is that you have to fight your intuition, your desire to save a broken person. I'm telling you this right now. If you can't rely on the cops and we can't rely on our family, you have to rely on yourself. And if you know this man put hands on you, if you know he drove you crazy, if you know he pushed you into a corner, stop trying to save him. If we cannot rely on anybody, then we have to rely on ourselves. And I'm devastated at the idea. And I don't want you to feel like you're doing it alone. I want you to eventually trust yourself enough to leave, which, by the way, she started to do. She did. When she started to actually try to leave him, he killed her. And that's what's so devastating, is when you actually make a plan to leave, that's when they kill you. I'm devastated for her. And she did try. Gabby did try to leave. She called people. She looked for resources. She tried to do it, and he killed her. Fuck. First date, girls. First fucking date with these men. Ask them questions, you know? Ask them questions. Ask them questions. Poor Gabby. I feel so bad for her. But she did. She really tried to do it. Yeah. I hate that, you know? All right, girls, this is it. We're closing up actually for the night. Please take care of yourselves. Please, you know, I don't know how we're supposed to tell when someone's going to kill us, but I can tell you this much. You deserve to have a peaceful relationship. You deserve to have somebody who sees you, and you deserve to set a standard based off your values and morals that says, I'm not getting past the first date unless I trust that you have a good position in life, like an understanding and compassion and empathy and all the good things, you know? So start writing down those questions. Start writing down those very serious questions, girls, boys, they, thems. Start writing down those very serious questions you got to ask on a first date. And please, with peace and love, stop moving in with these boys. You know, honestly, I think that's my biggest takeaway from yesterday's episode is why are we encouraging people to live with fucking men and women they're not married to? I know that sounds conservative. But for real, why are we encouraging women to live with men? Like, from a feminist perspective, why are we telling women to live with men? Like, we got to talk about that. Why are we telling boys to live with women that they don't know they're going to live forever with? I think we should start talking about it from a progressive lens because, you know, conservatives are silly. Their reasoning is stupid. They think God is real and it's a sin. Okay. But seriously, why are we encouraging our girlfriends to live with strangers? I did it. Why are we doing that? And then if they're in a bad relationship, they can't just leave because now they're stuck in a lease with them. Why are we encouraging women to get into leases with men that might kill them? I'm gonna make a whole video about this. Well, I'm gonna talk about it in this coming podcast. But yeah, I'm serious. Like, oh, why did I think it was safe to move in with a boy that made it, and then it made it so difficult? That's why I said with my partner when we started dating, I've already lived with partners. I'm not moving you out. Thank you. It's not because I believe in God or sin, but it's because I don't want to be put in a position where I'm financially reliant on you, and we share a lease together. Why are we sharing leases with people that we might need to break up with? Damn. Oh. Yeah. All right, girls, that's it. Treat yourselves well. Be kind to yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Ugh. Oh. Oh, hey, before I go, though, if you're still here, check the link that's pinned to the top. Women for Change, South Africa. We're doing a protest, but it's global, even though South Africa is the one in charge of it because the G20 summit is happening in South Africa. And these men are coming together. These leaders of these countries are getting together. And they are talking about us, the people, and they are not considering the rise in femicide. They're not considering women. So, you can change your icon to purple. You can put a purple overlay. You can donate. You can just bring awareness. You can put it on Instagram. You can just check out the posts I linked and just read about it, learn about it. But if you see purple icons on TikTok, that's what it's for. On Friday, we're wearing black to mourn the women who have died at the hands of intimate partner violence, of femicide in general. Any victim of femicide, we are mourning their deaths on Friday. We're wearing black. Okay. Thank you for being here. Have a good day. Bye.